Was on this day.
In 1947, Reginald Kenneth Dwight was born.
Sir Horace Pussywhite.
Elton John. That song on the very first album that was ever my very own record, like not my little Disney, but like my real, this is like a musical record that's just mine. And I had one of those little suitcase turntables, like the little kid
Record player.
Yeah.
A record player in a little case.
Yep. Played that on my little, with that speaker that was like that big, just on the side of it.
But is that the first record you bought with your own money, though?
No, that was the first record that was like, Mom, I want Elton John. And she got
Isn't he a homosexual? I don't know if we could buy that for you.
No, he's just a rich rock star. He's just very flamboyant.
I think back then people didn't think about him in that way.
They didn't. No.
No.
And if they, if my mother would have looked at the lyrics of the Goodbye Yellow Brick Road album, which was my first, the album I bought with my own money.
Your money, yeah.
Yeah, my own money. She would have not been happy with it at all.
I don't know. I'm not really crazy about most Elton John songs, although, you know, I argued for Philadelphia Freedom, but no, you guys wouldn't do that.
No, you argued for...
Gina, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh.
Philadelphia Freedom is a horrible song. Why would I ever want to hear it?
No, you were arguing
unless it's Kiki D's birthday.
You were arguing for... not this one.
Crocodile
Although I know
Rock.
you were arguing for Crocodile Rock.
And did I argue for it?
Yes.
No, I didn't argue for it. You can put me down as, I don't know, for that song, Katie. There isn't a.
Well, this is your thing, so you can create a column if you'd like.
It's okay.
So then, yeah, you like it.
Yeah, okay, it's a like.
All right.
Yeah, it's okay.
But Crocodile Rock,
Pretty bad.
Terrible song.
I think it sounds like a parody song.
I think it sounds like a song for a kid's show. When
puppets, there's puppets involved, and
I said Sir Horace Pussywhite because I believe Elton John used to check into hotels under that name to conceal his identity. What name would you use? I use a fake name when I check.
You do?
Hotels. Oh,
What's your fake name?
Yes, it's Undercover Bill.
Is Bill your last name and Undercover your first name? Is that?
Yeah, Bill is my last name. Undercover.
Okay. All right.
Is my first name. It's Czechoslovakian.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, the first name is. Bill is an American name. So my brother was Czechoslovakian.
But then again, no.
Or Slovak. No what?
I was just singing along to the
Now,
song.
I'm looking at this Elton John playlist here. And it says latest release, single,
Yeah.
Sausage Rolls for Everyone.
Well, that sounds like a great idea.
Is that a song?
I don't know.
Well, let's check it out. And
No,
see.
it's got Lad Baby, Ed Sheeran, and Elton John.
Oh, well, yeah. His latest thing he did is duets with a bunch of different people.
Oh, okay. This is a Christmas song, apparently.
Come and sing and dance to Sausage Rolls with me.
Okay.
Here we go. We are back, trying to make history for charity. And may I introduce to you Ed Sheeran and Sir Elton John. No pressure.
All right.
Let's have a party, it's Christmas Day. Your mum's cooking turkey.
Who is that
been
singing?
moaning since yesterday.
I think this is Lad Baby.
Probably.
That's Ed Sheeran. Oh, I don't know who that is.
No,
I don't like this.
this is terrible.
I don't.
I I just saw the title and
I was hopeful with sausage rolls for everyone. Is that a
Sausage rolls.
traditional British Christmas food, a sausage roll?
I'd like one.
You were hopeful that it would be something entertaining or interesting in the way of music, and I hoped that I would just get a sausage roll.
I want
One
a
would just
sausage roll
appear.
Yeah.
Delicious.
No,
I
I'm
think
looking
everybody
up
knows what a
rolls.
sausage roll is. It's pretty self-explanatory.
It's
I
exactly
guess.
what it sounds like. Oh, here's the Pioneer Woman's recipe for sausage rolls. If you
Yes.
like pigs in a blanket, you're gonna love.
That's
sausage
because that's what it
roll.
is essentially. It's a biscuit dough, and you wrap it around a sausage.
I'd like one. That sounds good.
I think
That's all I'm
pigs
focused
in,
on now.
Pigs in a blanket is kind of a better name than sausage roll.
That's all I can think of right now is a sausage roll.
Well,
I'm sorry, that's the show today.
okay. You'll have plenty of time to think about it.
What
Yeah.
time does Wendy's open? You can get, it's sort of a sausage roll, which you get at Wendy's.
You can?
I mean, the sausage biscuit, that's kind of
Yeah.
Gina?
reminiscent of
No, Gina.
no?
A sausage roll would indicate that what is being served is in the form of a
tube?
rolled up thing, a tube. Yes, thank you, Carrie.
A tube.
To me, it indicates that it's a tube.
Okay,
shape.
but we know your rule about bald meat,
No problem with tube
but
meat.
no problem with tubed meat.
No,
Yeah, he loves wieners.
I love wieners a lot. I was so disappointed. I went to Harmon's the other day. It was just last week to get some wieners, and either they were out of or they have stopped carrying the Harmon's brand wieners, and I was very upset. I was sad. I
You were
almost
wiener
left
sad.
the store. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's the way you could put it.
I was longing for a wiener.
I was. We were
Now
going to have
it's-
wieners for dinner.
It's unfortunate that Elton John shares a birthday with Aretha Franklin, because I
Yeah.
feel like every year we go back and forth with. We should probably make note of this so next year we make sure it's an Aretha year.
Next year.
You act like you'll.
Oh
Next year. Oh, yeah. I'm
no.
sorry.
Who? Because see, Elton John is going to have more birthdays. He's going to experience
That's true.
more birthday. Aretha is not
he already
experiencing
has.
any more birthdays.
He's not going to experience more. He already has experienced more.
He will
birthdays.
continue.
I believe he did while they were both alive because I think he's older.
This is Gina's favorite Aretha Franklin stuff. It's
I
from
know you do. I love
from the
80s.
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 80s Aretha.
Who's zooming who?
Yeah. And Freeway of Love. And
Hank Cadillac.
Can you find that duet with Aretha Franklin and Elton John? It's got to be in there somewhere.
Oh, let me look.
I don't think I just
I
made
don't-
that up.
they
I
didn't
don't
do
think
one, did
I don't
they?
think there is one. No,
I wouldn't be
Well, no,
surprised.
they
I think
did.
he's worked with everybody.
They did.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's not good.
Yeah.
That's not horrible. Better than Who's Zooming Who.
You shut up about who's zooming.
Who?
Take another look and tell me.
They really. So this is really Elton John and Aretha
Yeah.
Franklin.
That's funny.
I guess Elton John has been around so long. You could look and say, "I'll bet there's a duet with Elton John and Paul McCartney." You know, just pick a
Probably.
name. Pick a name, and
Charlie Daniels. Elton John, no?
nah,
No.
that's pushing it. Bad.
All right.
You,
I
you
th-
stopped it right before the who's zooming.
I'm sorry I noticed the time and realized that we have been
Oh.
farting around enough here.
All right.
So there you go. It's
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, okay, let's get it underway. We're going to do something today, I know. There's going to be some sort of a show going on.
yes.
So get ready for it. Gird your loins. It's the Radio from Hell show. And maybe call us and check in right now, 877-602-9696. That would be the number to do it. Check in. How's your week been? What are you doing for the weekend? And what's your favorite Elton John song? What are you doing this weekend? I need some ideas for something to do this weekend. So
You're going to do something?
maybe. So if you, dear listener, are going to do something, call us and check in, 877-602-9696, and we'll give you a tote bag, a random call or a tote bag, okay?
Radio from Hell here with Carrie. Bob's House of Hose.
Nancy Pelosi's husband got PPP loan from the federal government.
Did Bob's House of Hose get a PPP?
I don't know. I'll have to check with Bob and see.
Bob's House of Hose did not receive PPE. Bob's House of Hose is too small of a business, even though these loans were meant for small business.
Bob,
Yeah.
how many employees?
I'm not actually Bob, you realize. I'm the announcer for
Oh.
Bob's House of Hose.
Well, announcer. How
I
many?
can get Bob if you'd like.
Is he there?
Bob's here in the sound booth with me.
Oh, nice.
Telling you what to say.
What do you want?
Bob is the only employee at Bob's House.
I'm an independent contractor.
Obama. Says Bob House of Hose. Obama.
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm not Bo Cephas.
Obama!
There he is.
All right, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
And they're squids.
Yeah, they're squids.
All right.
It's on HBO Max. Every episode is there. You can.
Okay. I don't know why. I've watched maybe 5 minutes of it in the whole, but I should. I see. I think what you bring, the drops you bring, are probably the best parts of it, and the rest of it's like, okay.
They're pretty funny.
There's more. They're not long.
Bill, you're
either,
looking
right?
for something to do this weekend. There you go.
Squidbillies. Yeah.
877-602-9696. If you'd like me to come over to your house and watch Squidbillies with you, check in with us right now. Radio from Hell check-ins, and we will give a random checker in a Radio from Hell tote bag.
All right,
Gina.
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
It's a waning crescent moon, 46.9% of full. The moon will set today at 12:25 p.m. Today being Friday, it's the 25th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ. And this is the Radio from Hell show. Sitting on a bed of rich cream infused with the goodness of eggs, the nutty scents of cayenne pepper, and nutmeg, and a dash of sherry. Absolutely No, wait a minute. That's Lobster Newberg.
Oh.
That's Lobster Newberg I'm thinking of, not the Radio from Hell show. This is the Radio from Hell. See, it's National Lobster Newberg Day.
It is?
Yes. This is the Radio from Hell show. The only thing we're sitting on is our fat, lazy asses. It's Kerry Jackson. It's Bill Allred. It's Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer in the studio, making sure that this goes out over the air for what it is, with some sort of organization and finesse. We also have in the studio helping out Miriam and Cameron Diaz.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Don't have any phone check-ins. We have a lot of text check-ins.
Get on the phone, 877-602-9696.
Let's see. Let's begin with Johnny B checking in from Winco. Getting
I like the Winco.
Getting hot dogs to roast while burning a bunch of lumber scraps from the house I'm building. Okay.
A hot dog cooked over lumber scraps is
there you go.
Awful.
With Bill saying he likes wieners, can you play My Ding-a-Ling?
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's a toy bell that he has. I don't know what you mean. Let's see. Weekend ideas for Bill. I work with 2 scout troops. The boys' troop is going camping in the lava tubes in Meadow. The girls' troop is going camping at Goblin Valley.
Well, so do I have my choice of who to go camping with?
Well, you are a Girl Scout, aren't you? You're a Girl Scout.
Yeah. Yes, I am, as a matter of fact. I'm a registered Girl Scout, so I guess I could go. Mm-hmm. I don't want to go camping with the Scouts.
My Girl Scout cookies got delivered.
Yeah.
And the Girl Scout that I bought them from said, I hope you're happy. You've got like the only boxes of Samoas in the state.
Wow.
Like,
you could sell those online.
For real? Yeah. No, you can't get them. I've tried everywhere. They are on a. They lost supplies. They didn't get enough supplies to make enough this year. So they made these new ones that are like brownies and salted caramel and something.
I had those.
They're
pretty
good.
I think they're called Adventurefuls or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
But yeah, if you can get Samoas, please let me know because I have tried like 5 different places.
Problems with the bakery in, I think, Florida.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Katie. I like you a lot, but
not enough to give me some Samoas. I see how it is. Cool.
You know,
cool.
you put 'em
I
in the
might
freezer.
just turn your mic off. I might not. I don't know.
Oh, she's in control.
Let's see. Nurse Christopher checking in. This weekend, I'm taking the family over to the homestead in Midway, swim in the crater, and then I don't know. Forget this whole week ever happened. It was a rough one.
I haven't been to the homestead in a long time, Christopher. Maybe that's what I'll do this weekend.
Go swim in the crater with Christopher.
There you go. Yeah. Let's go to Ben. Ben is on the phone there.
Morning, Ben.
Hey.
Hello.
Ben.
Good morning.
Hi. What's up?
Hi.
Oh, Ben and
We're
James are
taking,
together. Okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was 2 lines.
Yeah,
Okay.
my son James is on his way to get his driver's permit.
Congratulations.
Big day for him. He's been a lifelong listener. I've been listening to you guys for 28 years.
It's a bigger day for Dad because now he has a designated driver. That's the best part.
I am no longer the chauffeur.
So that makes you happy, yeah. I have an 18-year-old in this house who has not taken any driver's tests and seems to have no desire to do so. I have another child in this house who does drive, but the 18-year-old, no.
I think you should tell the 18-year-old that you're not going to drive them anywhere anymore, and maybe that will compel them to get their
Okay,
license.
Gina, thanks for the parenting advice.
I'm hearing that more and more, though. Kids just not interested in getting their driver's license, and I just look at them and go, I don't understand you.
It's crazy, yeah. So, hey, could I ask you, Ben, what are you going to do for a car for this kid?
He's going to earn my hand-me-down.
Oh, okay. That's good.
How will he earn that?
We have yet to decide.
Well, he's only getting his permit now, so he's not going to get his license for a while. So there's a time to figure that out.
He's got 9 months before he's 16, so we've got plenty of time.
Well, I think the new driver deserves a tote bag or a coffee mug.
I think tote bag, you can put all of your, organized stuff in the car.
The tickets that you get.
Yeah, there you go. Give him a tote bag. All right.
Good luck,
thank
James.
You.
Hang on.
Thank you, Ben and James. All right. We had another call. I missed. Jake is on the phone. Jake. Hi, Jake.
Hi, how are you?
Good, Jake. What's up? What do you got for me to do this weekend?
Well, I'm happy to watch Squidbillies with you if you would like to come over.
Okay.
I'm hobbled with a dislocated kneecap, so I'm just stuck at home. So if you want to come over,
okay,
feel free.
all right. Yeah, I'll come over and keep you company.
How'd you dislocate your kneecap?
Well, it's embarrassing, but I took my girlfriend out for Valentine's Day, and we were just dancing to a cover band, and apparently I'm old enough to where I stepped wrong. Ooh. And my kneecap decided it didn't like where it was, so it moved over to the left, and I went down like a ton of bricks, and the band stopped playing. And
wow, that's bad.
That's embarrassing.
The band. I'm sorry. Who are we talking to? What's your name?
This is Jake.
Jake. Jake, if I come over for Squidbillies and watch it with you, what kind of snacks will you make me?
Well, we'd have to Grubhub it because I can't go anywhere at the moment.
Yeah. Okay.
So whatever you like, we have. I'm near Valley Fair Mall, so we can pretty much order anything.
No. I was at home made snacks. What would we have?
Oh, at home made snacks. Well, I do have some pickled asparagus.
There you
go. I have some saltines.
You got any celery?
Hey!
You got any celery?
I do have celery.
And some cheese whiz? You got some cheese whiz?
No.
Just put the cheese whiz in the celery.
No. That's party.
No, asparagus and saltines, I am there. I get his address. I'm going over this weekend.
Thank you, Jake.
Thanks, Jake.
Let's see. It's the Color Festival in Spanish Fork this weekend. That's that big thing down at the Krishna Temple.
Hollow?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And,
I remember the first time I became aware of that. I was in downtown Salt Lake doing a remote or something, and then all of a sudden all these people started showing up with paint or something, vivid colors all over their bodies. And I said, what the hell is this? And they told me about that festival down at the it's the Krishnas,
right? The Krishna Temple, yeah. Big, beautiful building, by the way. And down at the foot of the temple is the first radio station I ever worked at.
Yeah. That temple, it's interesting. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints gave them a bunch of money to help them finish building that temple.
Oh, did not know
that. There's an LDS temple. If you're on the freeway, you can see the Krishna temple, and then up above it, higher on the hill, you can
competing temples.
There's an LDS, a Latter-day Saints temple as well.
I didn't know they had one there. Okay. Yeah. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Report of a crash Beck Street at Victory Road. Traffic lights are dark at that at that intersection also, so use caution approaching and treat it as a four-way stop. Northbound Redwood Road at Shields Lane in Salt Lake. I've never heard of Shields Lane. Perhaps you know what that is. There's an accident there. Mm-hmm. And if you see something, you can text us 33986, and I will pass it along to friends of the program. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right, we got Sean Means at his new time, Fridays at 7, reviewing movies for us. Also have Another Drink with Jimmy coming up as well. Did you get your beverage delivery yesterday?
Yes.
I'm curious as to what it is. I don't know what it is.
I don't think I got one.
You're not drinking.
Maybe
so
that's why he did, or maybe it's on my porch now.
Could very well be.
Yeah, I would.
It needed to be refrigerated, so if you didn't get it, I would not have it.
Yeah.
It's cold enough outside.
It's some sort of cream-based thing. I don't know what it is. Well, we'll find out coming up. We'll be drinking mystery beverages on the radio. Yeah. All of that and more on the way. Stand by. X96.
How did you woo, or how were you wooed by your current spouse? How did you know they were, quote, the one? Thank you for considering my question.
It was the neoprene bustier. That's how I knew.
You should tell people about them. Don't just say that.
That's how I knew she was the one. It was the neoprene bustier she was wearing. I went, yeah, she's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there.
We were at a live studio audience up at the Einstein's Bagels in Olympus Cove.
Mm-hmm.
And she was there with her friends. I have to credit Artie Fufkin, actually.
Really?
Because I sat there, and Artie overheard me. I was like, yeah, I want to go and ask her out. But and what was great is that she just didn't care. She was having none of it. She was tired. She was dragged there by her friends. She didn't care. And Artie said, well, you know what you do. You pass her a note.
Like in school.
In school. Yeah. That's immediately what I said. What, like in school? He goes, yeah, pass her a note. And I did pass her the note. This is I know this is weird, but if you wouldn't mind, get coffee later.
Check this box.
Yes or no? She still has the note.
Really?
Yeah. And it kind of went from there.
I was single at the time, and Mary Claire, my mother, said, well, are you dating anybody? No, I'm not dating. Well, are you? Are you talking to anybody? And I said, well, I've kind of been emailing with this guy from college.
For a year.
And she said, Joe Jones? She totally plucked his name out of the air. And I said, how did you know? And she said, because he was the best-looking guy you went to school with. So Mary Claire knew he was the one before we ever went out on a date. We went out on a date, and we were married 3 months later. It was, I guess you could say it was a year of wooing via email.
3 months. It took 3 months for his divorce to be final, right?
That's another story.
All right, 6:37. What do you got for us?
I think this is going to surprise you. Something here will surprise you.
All right.
A surprise brought to you by...
And maybe you will, with this surprise, maybe you will say too soon.
Too Soon brought to you by Young Automotive Group, locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
Alec Baldwin has returned to acting. After it's only been 5 months since the on-set accident that left the director of photography, Helena Hutchins, dead from a gunshot that Alec Baldwin, a gunshot that came from a gun that Alec Baldwin was holding, is the way to put it. Alec Baldwin is going now. I think it's too soon, also because he's doing 2 Christmas movies. So,
for Hallmark, has he gone to the Hallmark channel? Is that what?
You know, I'm not sure, but I think so. It says he's starring in a pair of Christmas movies, Kid Santa and Billy's Magic World. And his brother William Baldwin is in these movies as well.
Billy Baldwin.
Yeah.
He's going by William now?
I don't know. It says here William Baldwin. The movies will reportedly be live-action animation hybrids and feature the Baldwins in the live-action segments. Duh! Filming on the project is currently underway in Rome. So is it too soon? Should he be working, do you think? Or I guess he has to pay the bills.
I was going to say, I don't know why this is even a question.
It just seems weird. I don't know.
Is there a certain period of time you're supposed to wait after accidentally shooting someone?
Yeah,
I don't know.
What's the precedent for this?
Yeah.
Let's see. Imagine Dragons' Dan Reynolds. There's a story about him in Salt Lake Tribune. And the question is, why is Dan Reynolds not raising his kids in the LDS faith?
His family's very religious.
And Dan Reynolds says, I still claim Mormonism. With the recently announced return of the Love Loud Music Festival benefiting LGBTQ youth, the Imagine Dragons frontman, Dan Reynolds, is again in the news speaking about his relationship with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He told Yahoo Entertainment he still identifies as Mormon, culturally at least, but I'm not raising my 4 kids Mormon, he said. I think there's a lot of things I disagree with, and I think that it's hurting kids. And one of those things is this LGBTQ issue, which is anyone ever telling our youth that they are anything but perfect, and that loving who they love is wrong in some way, or that there's some God that's judging that, because there is no ounce of truth to that, said Dan Reynolds. Let me just do this story right adjacent to that. Hundreds of people gathered on the steps of the Utah Capitol last night to protest the legislative session, which is set to overturn Governor Cox's veto of a transgender sports bill. House Bill 11 would ban transgender students from participating in middle and high school sports. At Thursday's rally, allies and members of the LGBTQ community in Utah waved flags and comforted one another, uncertain of what today's legislative session will bring. This isn't about points on a scoreboard or college scholarship, said Chelsea Acosta, a Salt Lake City teacher. If there's even one person or 4 people in the U.S., that's too many people who are being excluded, said Nico, who is a transgender junior high student. According to Governor Spencer Cox, out of 75,000 students participating in Utah school sports, only 4 are transgender. So let's bring the hammer down on them. You know, the legislature says, we got to stop this.
I retweeted a tweet from our friend Amy Donaldson. There's an article interviewing one of those 4 students with no names, but it is one of the kids and their family, and what the whole process they've gone, the process that it already exists, because there is a policy already with the High School Athletics Association. If you want to participate in sports, you have to be so far along in your hormone treatment. There's already guidelines there.
The legislature is all keen on setting up this commission to then examine students who are transgender to make sure that this is
and it is.
It's ridiculous.
Yes, and the reason they're doing it right now is because they've got their primaries this weekend. Mm-hmm. And they have to show that they hate trans kids more than the other candidate does so that you'll vote for him. Why would you be a party to that?
I don't know.
Based on repercussions other states have seen following passage of legislation like that, Utah could be looking at both short and long-term economic problems following the expected veto override of its own all-out ban on transgender female students, transgender female students participating on girls' school sports teams. That is, boys who transition to female. That's who they're targeting. Just that.
Yeah.
Utah business groups have also highlighted more subtle but equally harmful reputational consequences that include creating new barriers for recruiting top talent to Utah, dissuading entrepreneurs and event organizers from launching new efforts here in an environment that undermines work to build diverse, equitable, inclusive environments.
Now, they've worked into this whole thing a certain amount of money set aside so that they can pay for the lawsuits that will inevitably come. If you want to help girls' sports, why don't you take that money and give it to girls' sports and help them? You know?
Amen.
Are you done with the coronavirus?
No.
Well, I don't think it's done with you.
Exactly.
The BA.2 coronavirus variant, which is the Omicron variant's sub-variant, has been spreading around the world, causing symptomatic illness for many infected people. As according to a recent study, it's pretty well starting to take off in America.
Now, we have Dr. Angela Dunn on the show later this morning, but we should talk to her about it.
1 in 24 people in the United Kingdom currently has a case of symptomatic COVID-19. New cases are rising across all age groups, with worrying high increases in the older, more vulnerable age groups. COVID cases are now at the highest levels that the study has ever recorded, said Professor Tim Spector. We will need to wait a few weeks to see the full impact of increased hospitalization, but numbers have already started to rise. And they're saying that here in the United States, we will start to see an uptick in cases. So it's not done with you. Jeffrey Epstein's private islands are for sale.
Islands, as in more than one.
Yeah. Now, it's taken a long time for them to go on the auction block, and the main reason for that is that all these islands had to be disinfected.
Yes.
And so it's because they've been tied up in litigation. Yeah. There are 2 islands, 6 beaches. The auction company Bespoke Real Estate is handling it. There's a library, a movie theater, a Japanese bathhouse.
A library.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and scum. It doesn't mean he didn't read, Gina. Epstein bought the smaller of the 2 islands, Little St. James, in 1998 for only $7.95 million. And then he added to his portfolio by snagging the Great St. James Island for $17.5 million. He developed the properties until he was arrested in 2019 on sex trafficking charges. Ukraine. It tells the United States, Ukraine is telling the United States they need more weapons. They have a wish list that somebody hand-delivered. It's written in pencil, but, additional military assistance from the United States government. Hundreds more anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles are requested. According to a document provided to CNN, the Ukrainians have submitted similar lists in recent weeks, but a recent request provided to U.S. lawmakers appears to reflect a growing need for American-made Stinger and anti-aircraft missiles and Javelin anti-tank missiles, with Ukraine saying it needs 500 of each of those kind of missiles per day.
Wow.
Per day. 100,000 Ukrainian refugees, the Ukrainian diaspora, if you will, heading toward America. Millions of Ukrainians are fleeing their country. About 100,000 refugees are expected to come to the United States. Apparently, it's not expected that Utah will receive many of those refugees. I don't know why, for whatever reason. But Brendan and Claire Vesky, I think is how you say their name, decided they wanted to move to Utah last November. They said, we made the decision to leave Colorado and be closer to family and start our lives together as newborn parents and newlyweds.
Okay.
Their Colorado home sold immediately. Mm-hmm. They came to Utah and they couldn't find a home. They were essentially homeless. They can't find anything. Brendan was starting a new job. He said, I would leave work and go up to my hotel room at work. And then it was just kind of like, well, not leaving work, he said. So he was doing remote work. Mm-hmm. He says, so I started to stay in my camper at a campsite to get a break from being away from work and not being there. And now the family is living in a camper. They can't find anything that they can buy. The housing market is so tight.
It's insane.
Yeah. The Biden administration is preparing for, now, 100,000 Ukrainian refugees coming here, but the Biden administration is preparing for mass migration at the U.S.-Mexico border after the COVID rule ends. The restrictions end in Mexico. The restrictions are being lifted in the United States. So the Biden administration says, well, it looks like we're going to have a lot of refugees trying to come across the southern border. You know, it would be really nice if we had a wall to stop this. I don't know. We should build a wall. That would control it, wouldn't it? Build a wall.
And migration from the south isn't just refugees. I mean, maybe some of them are. They're come here for lots of reasons. Yeah. And wouldn't it be great?
It's not just Mexicans either. It's Hondurans and. You know.
Wouldn't it be great if we had an immigration policy that made it easy to apply in a reasonable time for a reasonable amount of money, to have paperwork that they can track you and know why you're coming here, and you have to check in once in a while, and then you can come here and work. And
you know
what
would be great?
What's the problem with that?
You know what would be great? Build a big wall. That's what would be great. Yeah.
We ask any business owner if they're having a hard time getting workers. They would love. Please send workers here.
Exactly.
Those people are lazy, Gina.
No, they want to work.
One final story quickly. Among the most improbable events in the history of the United States of America, a shocking event occurred yesterday. BYU has made the list of the top party schools in America.
No.
Where are you getting this list?
Party stalwarts like Arizona State, they are always on the list.
Yes.
Tulane, Florida State made their annual appearance in the Barstool rankings. One school stood out among all others just by making the list at all, coming in at number 13 overall, BYU.
No.
The same school that prohibits the use of alcohol by students on campus. They finished ahead of two reputable party schools, schools that usually make it, Wisconsin, Colorado, and, of course, LSU. But by the metrics that the Barstool guide uses...
Which are what? How are...
Barstool does not release its criteria for creating the party school list, although they claim data is compiled by the American News United Syndication. So there's that.
I'm suspicious of this.
Why?
Why am I suspicious that BYU's number 13 on the party school?
Yeah. I mean, no. The reason I'm asking why you're suspicious is why you care enough. To be suspicious.
I mean, I don't really care, but.
All right, that's
sports, weather, traffic.
Well, upset.
Yes.
In the Sweet 16.
I'm very upset. What happened?
Well, I've found a good spin on this though, because no longer do we have to hear people from the East Coast say Gonzaga, because it's not Gonzaga, it's Gonzaga.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Nevada. It's not Nevada. It's Gonzaga. Anyway, they're out. They lost. Number one, they were expected to win the whole thing, and they are out. They lost to Arkansas 74-68.
Oh.
Gina, it's Gonzaga, you say?
Yeah.
But well, you're saying the other team wrong. Arkansas is what
Arkansas, yes.
It's Arkansas, yeah.
Villanova over Michigan, 63-55. Duke over Texas Tech, 78-73. And Houston over Arizona. That's another upsetty one. Arizona
Gina,
was...
sorry, I always thought it was Decay, not Duke.
No. 72-60, Houston over Arizona. Tonight, we've got St. Peter's. They're still in it. And Purdue, that's at 5 o'clock. And then Providence and Kansas. The Kansas is the number one seed there. That game is at 5:30. The Jazz, let's see. They are on the road. They play the Charlotte Hornets today at 5 p.m. And Real Salt Lake also on the road this weekend. So, Bill, if you wanted to, fly to Kansas City, you could go to a Real game there if you're looking for something to do this weekend.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Get you some barbecue.
A steak.
And that game is at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Weather. So we're going to set records this weekend. In Salt Lake City, a record high that stood for 127 years.
What?
Is expected to fall on Sunday.
Expected.
As a high-pressure system moves through the state, bringing very dry conditions. The forecast high today, 75. Tomorrow, forecast to go over 80.
But the record is 80, right?
79 would actually break the record set in 1960. And on Sunday, if we get over 76, that's the one that the record goes all the way back to 1895.
That's the one. Okay.
So, but then things cool back down first part of next week, and we should see, actually, there's a couple chances for some rain next week. So that's good. We desperately need that.
All right.
Traffic, we've got a crash northbound Redwood Road at Shields Lane, and I know where that is now. It's 98 South. Right lane is blocked. Traffic is using the left lane to get by. Westbound lanes also appear to be affected there. Crash Beck Street, Victory Road in Salt Lake. Not only is there a crash there, the traffic lights are out, so use extra caution approaching that intersection and treat it as a four-way stop. And what are you seeing out there? You can text us if you see something, 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means will be here reviewing movies, including that new Channing Tatum, Sandra Bullock movie.
Lost City.
Lost City. I couldn't remember the name of it. Thank you. Coming up, KXRK Provo.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris Mancow.
Sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a cord, fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No, anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that, I think to myself. So then I think,
how curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show?
God.
But I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't. I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went, oh,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No, so sorry. I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just I'm just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
All right, 7:01 right now. And is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, for over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Well, looky. It's Sean Means. He's the culture editor, the culture editor of the Salt Lake Tribune. You can always read stories by Sean in the Salt Lake Tribune. And if you look closely, you can see his editorial hand at work. Also, Sean reviews movies. He's done that for many, many years. And you can find his movie reviews and other items at his website, moviecricket.net.
All right, let's. We got 3 movies, and then we'll talk about the Oscars if you're prepared to do that, Sean.
Well,
of course you
right.
are.
That's this weekend.
Let's begin with the artsies. Compartment number 6.
Okay. Oh, we're not talking about Real Housewives right now?
No, we're not.
Compartment number 6, yes. Russian-Finnish co-production, and mostly takes place in Russia. And I got to be honest, I don't know. I didn't know if I was really wanted to watch a movie set in Russia now. With everything that's going on. But this one is actually pretty good. This was actually the Grand Prix winner at Cannes last year, which is a fancy way to say it came in second. You have a young woman, a student from Finland, and a guy, a Russian construction worker, and they're sharing a compartment on a train from Moscow to Murmansk, which is way up north in the Arctic Circle. So it's a cold movie. They don't like each other at first, but as the long train ride goes on, they start seeing things in each other that are more likable. But she's still thinking about her girlfriend back in Moscow, and he's constantly angry at everything that is going on around him. So you're watching these two characters sort of open up and get to know each other. It's kind of heartwarming, but it is a bit it's a little slow.
It's kind of heartwarming.
Yeah, yeah. As heartwarming as a Russian Finnish thing that's in a very cold place is going to be. I gave it 3 stars. Compartment number 6 is playing at the Broadway.
Okay. Let's go to the fartsies then. Infinite Storm.
Infinite Storm. This is a survival drama based on a real-life event. Naomi Watts stars as a woman named Pam Bales. She's a hiker in New Hampshire who's also a search and rescue volunteer. Very, knows her stuff, knows which boots to get, knows what gear to pack, and so on. One day in October 2010, she's hiking up Mount Washington in New Hampshire, and she's going to get her hike in, but she's been told that there's a storm coming, so she's trying to get up fast and get back down and before the storm hits. But then she sees sneaker tracks in the snow. Sneaker. And obviously somebody who's not equipped,
not prepared.
So she finds this guy who's clearly not dressed to be out. He's in shorts. He's half frozen, half unconscious.
Is he stupid?
Yeah, he's a dumbass.
We don't.
Oh, okay.
We don't get into that.
Okay.
It's more to the point of she's going to basically drag his butt back to safety, back to the trailhead. It's as a survival story, it's pretty good as far as the details of getting up and down the mountain, and Naomi Watts really nails the physical part of this role. The problem is some of the dramatic choices that the filmmakers make. You're trying to set a backstory for these people that whether it exists or not is one thing. If you're doing it, based on a true story type thing, but also just that it comes off as being very sort of overly melodramatic. Okay. It's also trying to make things all neat and tidy because real life is too messy to fit into a nice
Well, this is art,
100-minute movie.
This is art.
This is art, yes, and art you get to clean up the mess. Basically.
Yeah.
All right.
They don't do that so well here. So I gave it 2.5 stars, mostly for Naomi Watts' performance. I mean,
I like her.
She's
all
always
the time.
good.
So,
and that's in theaters all over the place.
All right, let's go to The Lost City.
Finally,
AK,
this is what I've been waiting for.
I think the title. I was going to say the title should be changed to "Gina, Come See This Movie."
Isn't this Romancing the Stone?
It's a little bit of that. It's a little Indiana Jones. It's a little Romancing the Stone. It's got Sandra Bullock and Channing Tatum, so that's all Gina needs to know.
Yep.
Sandra Bullock
and a little Brad Pitt,
and a little Brad Pitt. Yes.
Tiny. He's about 4 feet tall.
So Sandra Bullock plays Loretta Sage. She's a successful romance novelist, well into her run of books that she's kind of embarrassed about. Has this sort of Indiana Jones style hero named Dash. Now Channing Tatum plays Alan, who is the cover model for all of her books.
Okay.
And usually playing the character Dash in the cover in the book covers. In real life, they don't get along very well, and mostly because Loretta's character is, like I said, kind of embarrassed by her books, and that comes out as like sarcastic and angry. So then she gets kidnapped by a crazed billionaire,
of course,
as one does, played by Daniel Radcliffe. He's very funny in this, I got to say.
He's really good.
Yeah. He's convinced that the Lost City, which Loretta wrote about in her last book, is a real thing. As a matter of fact, he's bought the island. He's already excavating. And that there's a priceless treasure somewhere, and that Loretta's the one who can find it because even though it's a tawdry romance novel, she also has archaeological background, and so she puts clues and stuff in her books. And he's convinced they're real, and so she's the one to find the thing. And so she gets kidnapped, and then Alan decides he's going to rescue her.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have the skills. So
he's just a model.
He does know a guy who has the skills. That's Brad Pitt.
Okay.
But he wants to tag along with Brad Pitt to save her.
Sure.
And then things happen, and ultimately it's Channing Tatum and Sandra Bullock alone in the jungle trying to outrun people trying to.
All I want from this is dumb fun.
What you're saying, Sean, is this is an ultimately predictable movie.
In some ways, yes. It is dumb fun. I think, and it's mostly because Sandra Bullock and Channing Tatum know how to handle this kind of stuff. Go comedy, adventure, romance. They do that very well. They have some pretty good chemistry, and of course, Channing Tatum gets to dance at one point.
Excellent.
So,
okay, this is all I need from this. This is all I need.
Can you answer a question for me, Sean?
Sure.
Why they make so Brad Pitt is in this movie in a smaller role, I understand he's uncredited. Now,
he's credited.
I thought I heard somebody say he was uncredited. There, he's not in the list of.
He gets an and Brad Pitt.
Oh, okay.
He gets the and.
Right.
Yeah,
All right.
that's even
okay.
No, it is a fun ride, and if it's okay if you forget every detail of the movie by the time you get to your car after it's over.
That's all right.
That's
now,
the
this
way.
is
That's what this kind of movie is.
In theaters only.
In theaters everywhere, and I gave it 3 stars.
Okay.
3 stars for The Lost City. Okay. Now the Oscars are this weekend, and you have any thoughts on that? Any predictions?
I have vast amounts of predictions. I have them all on moviecricket.net.
Well, there you go.
So,
how about a little taste?
Let's talk about Best Picture, the big one. The betting line had been for a very long time that Power of the Dog, the Jane Campion movie, the neo-Western with Benedict Cumberbatch, was going to take it all. It had the most nominations. It has 12 nominations in 11 categories. Jane Campion is probably going to win Best Director, making her only the second woman ever to get Best Director.
But
she's the first woman to have been nominated twice for Best Director. Of course, the first one was back in 1993.
So why it's not going to happen, is it?
There has been talk lately of a late surge for the movie Coda. The very heartwarming family story about a deaf family and the one hearing girl and the teenage girl in the family. And some of it is because of the sort of campaigning and whatnot that happens in Oscar season and award season, and all the precursor awards that happen. It won the ensemble from the Screen Actors Guild Award, which is the closest thing they have to a Best Picture award. It received the Best Picture from the Producers Guild. All these things seem to be lining up just at the right time that there could be an upset win for this for Coda.
I have a technical question for
Sure.
you. When you say there's late lobbying. When is the deadline for your votes for these categories? When, if you're a member of the Academy?
I can look this up, but I believe it was Tuesday.
Okay.
It is fairly close. It is fairly close to the date.
Jane Campion didn't do herself any favors either.
The Serena Williams thing, or the Venus and Serena Williams faux pas at one of the awards. Yeah, and other, she's very just says what she thinks, which if you're doing something political, which frankly this is, it is a campaign, it's voting. That can get you in trouble. Here's my thing. I think that the Coda surge is too little, too late. I think it's still going to be Power of the Dog. I think part of this is the people that make their money doing Oscar prognosticating and writing columns about this sort of thing. They're bored. They need something to keep themselves interested in it all. So, and I think that's what this is about. The other thing about this is that the voting is ranked choice voting.
Oh, okay.
Similar to what we've all experienced in primaries and so on.
Yeah.
And there's a thought that you pick your number one, and then you could pick Coda as your number two because that was nice. And that it could get enough second place votes that it could actually, sneak in.
Mm-hmm.
So there is still a possibility, and I will eat my words if it does happen. And I'll be happy because I liked Coda.
Well, here's the thing about Coda. I saw it. I liked it too. I thought it was very good, but at the same time, I kind of felt manipulated.
Well, yeah.
I have a prediction.
The thing is, all movies are supposed to manipulate you. That's the point.
Yeah.
They're supposed to do it without you feeling like they're doing it.
Without me being aware.
Without Now, I have a prediction just about the show, the Oscar show, because there is always a critique of that. There are people who write about just the show. It's going to get extremely negative reviews all the way down the line.
Yes,
it's going to be
Always.
Now, I don't think I'll watch it, and it's subjective, but I think people will generally consider it a horrible mess.
I'm curious to see
That's a
what
little strong.
Well, I mean,
there's
it's an easy target every year. It is an easy target, and the thing is that I think they need to stop worrying about that. I think they need to stop worrying about trying to appeal to some mythical audience that is going to come watch them. Oh, if they only do this, and this.
No,
it's an awards show.
Exactly.
Take what you are, like what you are. Give out all the awards. Do all the awards during the show. Don't do this pre-taped nonsense, which has caused some Academy members to resign in protest.
Wow.
Yeah.
The sound branch of the Academy is really ticked off.
Yes.
Because they eliminated a sound category to try to appease the ratings gods, and it didn't work. And so
I don't even know why they televise it.
Yeah.
I don't even think they should.
No, it should be televised because it is fun and weird and has chances for moments of both very cringeworthy and very inspirational things.
You throw it up live on Peacock. That's what you do.
Well,
you could do a good show.
Yeah.
But they don't, and this one will be among the worst.
What? How would you do it, Bill?
How's it going to be worse than Rob Lowe singing with Snow White?
It will be. We can't go. I can't go into it right now. There's not enough time. We're
out of
take
time.
a break.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
We'll see how you do on Sunday. Thank you. Traffic, please.
A crash northbound Redwood Road at Shields Lane, 98 South. The right lane blocked. Traffic is using the left lane to get by. Westbound lanes also appear to be affected there. That looks like that's about it, though. I'm looking all up and down the Wasatch Front, and I don't see any other accidents to report, not even really any slowage going on. If you see something, you can text it to us. 33986 is where you do that. Then I can pass it along to friends of the program.
Boners round one coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number one, I told you, get out of my house. What? Oh. Boner candidate number two, once again, the fake news media goes after a true American patriot. And boner candidate number three, Breaker 19, this here's Pee Pants. Come on back.
Boners round one coming up after these. Get ready to vote. X96.
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? Loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys, at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. Guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No, I mean we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layton wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, send him in.
Mr. Layton, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
It's 7:20 right now, and it is time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day. Boner means mistake, of course. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third coming up in a moment, and then I'll explain the rest of the boner-centric procedurals coming up. But one of you random boner voters will receive
tickets to see The Cult at the Complex on May 7th. You can get more information about that show by going to x96.com.
Here's boner candidate number 1 for you, ladies and gentlemen. I told you, get out of my house. What? Oh. A man from DeLand, Florida, is accused of beating up a 69-year-old who broke into this other guy's house. Investigators say 52-year-old Jose Cruz Rios was kind of drunk a Saturday night. The victim confronted the suspect, and Mr. Cruz Rios allegedly beat the victim badly in the face and about the shoulders and knocked him out. He said, "You get out of my house." It wasn't Mr. Cruz Rios' house at all. He was at the victim's house, thinking that it was his own house. And then when he saw the victim, he said, "Get out of my house!" and beat him
Whose
up.
house? What house?
This is my...
Whose house?
No. Here's boner candidate number 2. Once again, fake news media goes after a true American patriot. Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, long involved in, it says here, far-right activism.
It's worse than that.
She's been long involved in true American patriotic activities. But a recent White House meeting with President Donald Trump, just before, obviously, the end of his... reported by the New York Times, raising eyebrows. Trump listened quietly while Ginny Thomas and a group of ultra-conservative activists criticized transgender people, women in the military, Republican leadership. Oh, this happened just last week, so they went to visit Donald Trump. I thought it was while he was still president. No, it was they went to visit him and talked about all of this stuff. The group convened for about an hour where Trump sat, saying, "Oh, I see what's happened. It says it's in the Roosevelt Room. This story was written a while ago. This did happen while Trump was still the president."
Do you have the texting story?
The texting story, I thought, is where you were going.
Yeah, I do. I think I put the wrong one in here.
Yeah, the texting story is the bad one.
I do have that, and I could find it really quick, I'll bet.
Because it's so weird. While you're looking for that, what's so weird about this is Clarence Thomas has been MIA for over a week.
He's just not been showing up?
No, he's been in the hospital.
On a ventilator. But they're not saying it's
that.
Yeah.
He's on a ventilator?
They're not saying it's COVID.
I didn't see the ventilator part. But so he's been gone. Do you have it there now?
In the weeks between the 2020 presidential election and January 6th attack on the Capitol, Ginny Thomas, Clarence Thomas's wife, sent a barrage of text messages imploring Donald Trump, his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to take steps to overturn the vote, according to a person with knowledge of the text. In one message sent in the days after the election, she urged the chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to release the Kraken and save us from the left taking America down, invoking a slogan popular on the right, "Release the Kraken." In another text, she said, "I can't see Americans swallowing this obvious fraud, just going with one more thing with no frickin' consequences," she said. "We just caved to people wanting Biden to be anointed. Many of us can't continue this charade." The contents of the text were reported by the Washington Post and CBS News. They were among 9,000 pages of documents that Mark Meadows turned over to the Congressional Investigating Committee. Ginny Thomas. And then that other thing was while Trump was president, where she was talking about getting rid of transgender people in the military. And
now, here's the thing about Clarence Thomas. He was the one lone vote against letting the January 6th committee get all of the information. He was the one lone vote against it. Now, think about this. If this was in another country, the wife of a Supreme Court justice urging the top aide to the president to overturn the election results so he could remain in power.
That's a coup. That's a political coup.
If this was another country, this would be...
Well, and him not wanting documents to come out kind of sounds like documents contain correspondence with his wife. That he's direct. This isn't just him wanting Donald Trump to be president. This could implicate definitely his wife, but possibly a sitting Supreme Court justice in those documents.
They looked for evidence that she had something to do with with the attack on the White House. It says here, in one text, after the attack, the committee was able to obtain a text. She only briefly mentions what took place, but she did reiterate one of its animating ideas, that Pence had betrayed Trump's movement to overturn the election. She says, "We are living in what feels like the end of America. Most of us are disgusted with the vice president and are in listening mode to see where to fight with our teams. Our teams.
Mm-hmm.
Ginny Thomas is a lobbyist, by the way.
Yes.
She is a one-woman lobbying firm.
Mm-hmm.
And she's been a long-time political activist on the right.
Okay, I was wrong about the ventilator. That was proven, that was proven wrong. Okay.
I hadn't heard that anywhere.
But he is
he's in the hospital and nobody's heard from him in a week.
I like hospital food, he said.
Oh, that's it.
That's what he wants, the food. Boner candidate number 2. Once again, the fake news media goes after Ginny Thomas, a true American patriot. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Breaker 19. This here's Pee Pants. Come on back.
All right, boner candidate number 3 coming up in just a few moments. What do we have here?
The Killers are in the news. Not people who are murdering other people. The band, The Killers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, our good friend Brandon Flowers.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's ever been to Haster Games. It's possible.
Well,
maybe.
Brandon, it's a locally owned best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. You can shop online at HasterGames.com. Or, Brandon, you can visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
The Killers are releasing a deluxe edition of their album Pressure Machine. Remember, Brandon Flowers was on our show, and we talked a lot about this record. They have offered something to accompany that, a concert film and documentary called Notes from a Quiet Town. The 33-minute video features the band visiting Nephi, Brandon Flowers' childhood home, and there is a concert. They do a concert there with 3 songs, Cody, Terrible Thing, and Quiet Town, just on a simple stage, apparently in somebody's yard.
Yeah.
The film premiered on Facebook on March 21st. It's now available on YouTube. So if you just search for Notes from a Quiet Town, you'll probably find it.
Us to Nephi.
Flowers.
Truly. We both woke up one morning in a very comfortable circumstance. And it was a Sunday morning as well. What are you thinking, dear? You don't want to know. What are you thinking? You totally don't want to know.
Talking to the
we were both thinking that we needed to move to Nephi.
I think that might be his father.
His parents,
I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but it's about a half hour long. It looks pretty interesting.
And apparently, a new report has emerged suggesting that Tom Cruise and Paramount Pictures are at loggerheads over the release schedule for Mission Impossible 7. The new report suggests that Tom Cruise is infuriated with Paramount.
You don't want him infuriated.
No. According to THR, infuriated Tom Cruise acquired the services of a lawyer when he found out that Mission Impossible 7 would have a 45-day theatrical window, which is far shorter than his usual 3-month theatrical run before streaming it on Paramount Plus.
This is the new standard, is 45 days in theaters and then to the services.
And he said, not for my movies it isn't. For Cruise, 45 days is like going day and date, said a Paramount source. He also felt that setting a date when the movie could be seen on the service, so making the date public, would discourage people from going to the theater, and he's probably right.
Oh, he is right.
And he's
well,
very
that's where
mad
he
about
gets paid. He gets paid. He gets box office money. That's where he gets his money.
He needs a better contract then, doesn't he?
Utah is reporting 150 new cases of COVID-19 and 37 deaths was the report on Thursday,
37.
Including 33 that occurred prior to February 24th. In the last 28 days, people who are unvaccinated were at 4.1 times greater risk of dying from COVID, 2.1 times greater risk of being hospitalized due to COVID, and 1.9 times greater risk of testing positive, of catching the virus. So you can see that vaccination gives you much better odds. Mo Brooks, Congressman, Representative Mo Brooks, an Alabama Republican who was deeply involved in President Donald Trump's efforts to use the Congress to overturn the 2020 election and stay in office. Well, Mo Brooks is sort of changing his tune. He claimed on Wednesday that the former president had asked him repeatedly in the months since the election to illegally rescind it, to remove President Biden, and to force a new special election. Mo Brooks made his charges as the two one-time allies, that is Trump and Brooks, were engaged in a bitter political feud, and it is not immediately clear how their falling out related to that accusation, but it certainly does. The account from the Alabama congressman who played a central role in challenging electoral votes for Biden suggested that Trump has continued his efforts, even today, to get the election overthrown. I just astonishes me.
It is.
Let's see. You're talking about breaking temperature records here. Well, nearly 100 locations across the United States are expected to break temperature records. And finally, this Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 12 full ounces. That's a lot. Is partnering up with IHOP. I don't think I would do that.
I saw this story, and I'm just like,
because they're going to celebrate pancake lovers everywhere with the release of new Pepsi Maple Syrup Cola.
No.
The new limited edition flavor combines the flavor profile. Well, you don't like maple.
No.
It's people who like maple, and there are people who love it.
I like maple.
Maple syrup with a crisp, refreshing caramel note of Pepsi.
But Pepsi's already pretty sweet. I mean, I would taste it. I would just have a sip just to see. Yeah. But, I mean, Pepsi's already a pretty sweet cola. Well, and then you add the maple flavor in there, too?
It just says it makes it taste kind of a little bit like caramel. It's not extra sweet, I don't think.
I vote no.
Pepsi Maple Syrup Cola. Well, then they're not going to make it.
I vote no.
Because Gina votes no. You know what? You don't have to buy it.
Okay.
I might buy one and try it. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Well, like you were saying, Salt Lake City record high that stood for 127 years is expected to fall on Sunday as a high-pressure system moves east through the state. Forecast high for today is 75. That's going to tie a record set in 2014. Then Saturday, if we get over 79, which is likely, that'll break a record set in 1960. And then on Sunday, with a high over 76, that will break a record set back in 1895. These are not good things, all of these record-breaking heat numbers. Now, we are going to see things cool off a little bit, though, first part of next week, and some chances, some showers, it looks like Monday and Tuesday. So that's good news.
All right.
Traffic we have. Let me refresh this. It's been a really light morning. You know, lots of kids, their spring break is either this week or next week, and I'm wondering if there are people that are already headed out of town today and not around, because traffic looks great. It doesn't even look like there's much slowdown happening. And this time of morning, we usually see some more of that. So I think people are gone. So you should have a good commute if you have to stick around today and actually go to work or school. Boozteak is Lent and teetotaler friendly, carries essentials for professional and home bars, plus has a growing list of non-alcoholic wines and spirits. See the website for pickup, delivery, and more information goes to boozteak.com.
All right. All right. Oh, Gina, you don't have to worry about the maple syrup, Pepsi maple syrup. It's another one of those. You can only get it through an Instagram or Twitter.
Again?
I hate those. Yeah, 2,000 people will get a chance to try it. Here's boner candidate number 3. Breaker 19. This here's Pee Pants. Come on back. Well, when they said they'd be, this is the reporter making a joke here.
Okay.
When they say they'd be live streaming, this isn't what they had in mind. The remaining truckers in Washington, D.C., who gathered for a convoy earlier this month, are apparently having trouble finding places to go to the bathroom as they circle the Washington, D.C. Beltway. So much so that they're peeing in their pants regularly. Truckers speaking with People's Convoy co-organizer Ron Coleman say that other truckers haven't been able to go to the bathroom while circling the Beltway. This is according to the Daily Beast. And that's left people actually having to pee in their own pants. What's more, Patrizio, the truckers' convoy organizer, says the truckers believe that the ultimate blame for this predicament lies with Washington Mayor Muriel Bowser and the D.C. Metropolitan Police. It's their fault we have to pee our pants.
How so?
They have mulled over making citizens' arrest of Bowser and police officers in response. The convoy has been casting about for a reason since states nationwide have relaxed their mask and vaccine mandates.
Exactly.
So that was their original cause, the COVID-19 restrictions.
What is it now?
Generic well, they don't know. They're looking for one. Generic anti-government gripes like undocumented immigrants, maybe gas prices, critical race theory. That's what we'll go after.
What do you got?
I know, Black Lives Matter, maybe that.
Oh, okay.
Last week, a speaker tried to rally the group, vowing to tar and feather the city's Black Lives Matter plaza, a pledge that so far hasn't come to pass. And in the meantime, the remaining truckers are still doing their daily laps around Washington, getting stuck behind commuters on bicycles and complaining that D.C. drivers are flipping them off. And they can't find a bathroom. They're peeing in their
Go
pants.
home.
Snowflakes.
Go home.
Aren't they famous for the pee bottles, bottles, like empty Gatorade bottles?
That only goes so far, trucker pee. That only goes so far. Boner candidate number 3, breaking 19. This here's pee pants. Come on back.
All right. Let's see. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
So boner candidate number 1 is, I told you, get out of my house. What? Oh. A Florida man beating up a stranger in his home, but it wasn't his home. He thought it was, but it was this guy he beat up. It was his home. Boner candidate number 2, once again, the fake news media goes after a true American patriot. The wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is Ginny Thomas, who appears to have been pretty involved in the storming of the Capitol on January 6th. And boner candidate number 3, breaker 19, this here's pee pants. Come on back.
All right. Let's get to voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. You see, if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. We'll send it forward to Boner Dome, where it will wait. Round 2 comes up at 8:20 this morning. We do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Send that one forward to Boner Dome. Then at 9:20 this morning, you'll decide who Boner of the Day for today is, 9:20. And then after that, it's Boner of the Week. All right? So let's begin with round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 25, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Go vote.
Is it chilly weather yet?
I think it's
You want to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite chilly weather yet.
Well, but
it's going to be like almost 90 today.
Some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's
and
right.
I thought of chili when it was rain. You know, it was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chili, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is a
Here's why. Actually, hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy, and it's chilly weather.
Yeah. I just
you go.
I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain food.
No, it's like
if
Joe,
it's good chili,
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter. Like
But that's mainly because he has
in...
that's mainly because he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
You don't ever
and
do
we
it in the
only do
summer.
that when it starts to get cold.
But you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
Well, that's fine. You guys go ahead. You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I'm going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the week.
When it's 100 degrees
No,
outside.
I had
grilled
that a few
cheese
weeks
and-
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
So you made tomato soup?
So Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda,
Yeah.
grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome. Gouda.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good
You
bowl
break
of
the
chili.
rules there,
Anytime.
Fred.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
Oh, I'm telling
I'm
you.
not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me.
Sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt tied down
you're
by.
pushing back.
That's it,
Push
baby.
back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain
Thank
me
you.
down with your manners.
Exactly.
7:47, and it's time to award round one of your bonus.
And that's brought to you in part by a Cobb salad.
And Feldman's Deli wants to thank their customers for their generous support during these challenging times. They're open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
I think you can probably predict who the big winner was here. It wasn't number one, the guy who beat up a man because he said, "You're in my house," and he beat him up, and then as it turns out, it wasn't his house, it was the house of the guy he beat up. So, I mean, that's pretty bad. And then the truckers driving around peeing in their pants on the Washington, D.C. Beltway. Now, to me, that was a fave. But you can't beat Ginny Thomas, apparently.
Nope.
The winner was boner candidate number 2.
There you go. That's your round one winner. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Send that one forward as well. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 between those 2 winners. That's when Boner Fight happens. Then after that, Dave Mattson, Dave the Flower Guy, will be here. He'll just tell us who Boner of the Week is, because it be Friday. Listen, it's time for Have Another Drink with Jimmy.
Yeah.
Now, this segment, we're going to talk about the magic liquor that he left on our doorsteps. But we also are going to open up the phone lines for you to ask questions of an expert about all things adult beverage. 877-602-9696 if you want to line up now to talk to Jimmy Santangelo. Is this sponsored?
Yes, your authentically African cream liqueur, Amarula cream liqueur.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink, it'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy, we call him, is here with us now. He is the proprietor, the owner, the guy who makes it go, the Wine Academy of Utah. It's wineacademyofutah.com. Good morning, Jimmy Santangelo.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Good. Cream liqueur.
Yes.
What's African cream liqueur?
Yeah, this is great stuff.
Yeah, Carrie, you mentioned that you've had this before, the Amarula cream liqueur. It's an African cream liqueur it's distilled from a spirit sourced from the marula fruit. And this fruit grows on a special tree in Africa. And it has, they say it's up to 10,000 years old, this tree. And it grows this beautiful softball-size fruit, brilliantly yellow with a thick outer skin, with a stone in the middle of it, the pit, and this beautiful fleshiness inside, highly fragrant during the ripening.
How do you spell marula?
M-A-R-U-L-A.
Okay.
And this is called Amarula. And from the sugar, so it's so significant that the aromatics, that elephants from miles around for generations have come to this tree to enjoy the fruit. Man, culturally, tradition, ceremonial purposes, we've brewed beer initially with this fruit and then made it into a distillate. Now, what they do with this fruit when they crush it, separate the skins in the pit, they use this beautiful fruit, they ferment it, and then distill it, and then age for 2 years in French oak barrels. The only other fruit that comes to mind that we do that with is with grapes to make brandy.
Yeah.
So it's a real similar. Now, this isn't a grape; it's a different fruit, but fun nonetheless.
You know, Jimmy, I just looked up the marula fruit and tree. It is a beautiful looking fruit, as you said. It looks kind of like a lemon in these pictures, but it's bright yellow. So when you drink this stuff, not only will it be pleasurable and tasty, but it says here marula oil is It's widely used as an ingredient in skincare products. It's beneficial for oily, acne-prone, dry, and aging skin, and it will also keep your hair soft, supple, and moisturized. So I say drink up.
Drink.
or soak in it. Soak in it.
From the inside out. Yeah, they do say with the tree, the sap, if you put a little knife hole into and you get this red, beautiful sap, that if you were to put it on a bug bite, ant bite, hairy caterpillar, little agitation there, you put that on, the sensitization goes down. But this is, it's a handsome bottle. I love this bottle. It has an elephant tusk carved in on the side.
Oh, cool.
Brown-shaped bottle, traditional African rope tie around the neck. 17% alcohol, $26.99 or $27 in the store. Keep this refrigerated once opened and should last anywhere from 5 to 6 weeks in the fridge. And the aromatics, it really this falls into the Kahlua Bailey's category, right? That cream liqueurs.
So do you drink it straight, or do you put it in coffee, or do you do both?
A little bit of both. I've had this neat in the studio. I have some coffee to my left. It's going to go in there shortly. And
that's what I always did with it. We always it was either that or Frangelico in coffee. But you take the Amarula with you in a flask when you go to the.
But I took the liberty to play around with some cocktails on this, and I'm thinking just breakfast martini, chocolate martini, but I didn't have to add any chocolate because this aromatics and the flavor, it's creamy naturally. It's a cream liqueur, so you get that beautiful texture. However, the caramel and the nut, little bit of caramelization and some fruit. There's like this fruit in the background of it, and it comes through as the acidity. Sometimes cream liqueurs are cloying and they stay on the palate, and you feel like you got to get it out of your mouth on your own. This is a very well balanced. This is the first time I had it. This is a very well balanced product. I'm really enjoying it.
My ex-wife is very fond of Bailey's Irish Cream. How does this compare in flavor, taste, and all of that to Bailey's? And I might get her to change to this.
Sure. Bailey's has more of that caramel vanilla. This, I think, has a few more layers to it. It's got maybe a little bit of cinnamon and toffee going on in it. Just a few more layers of depth. And Amarula also makes a vanilla liqueur cream. Not available in our market. May up in, you never know. But right now we do have their primary cream liqueur. And I love that this primary spirit, before it became a cream liqueur, the primary spirit was aged in French oak barrels for 2 years. And that's where I think, Bill, the real difference comes in, where you get those added textures, flavors, and so forth.
It's a beautiful bottle. It's got the elephant on the front. That's how you find it in the liquor store. It's Amarula. And I just little boop in the coffee.
You can also use the fruit. It says here to make juice, marula juice, or jam. You make jam out of it. That sounds good too.
Now, this brings up a question from somebody, and again, we'll take your questions in our next segment for Jimmy. Any question that you have, he knows his stuff, 877-602-9696, or text them to 33986. This leads to a question about Kahlua. Said, should that also be refrigerated? And Irish Cream, that's a good question. Do any of those also need to be refrigerated? Because I never refrigerated my Amarula when I had it.
Yeah, it'll extend the shelf life. So when you chill these products, it'll extend their shelf life. You do notice they do have a darker glass bottle, and that'll help with the sunlight or natural light, preventing the oxidative effects, things like that. Spoilage effects that strong light can impact. If this were a clear bottle, you would find that it would spoil sooner than in the brown bottle. So, yeah, we do recommend keeping them. Now, they're not going to spoil. They're fortified. They have a higher % alcohol, but they will remain fresher. So, yes, even with your vermouths and your bitters and your cream liqueurs, these all fall under that 40% alcohol by volume or 80 proof mark.
You know, they use marula also as a face moisturizer, a hair oil, preventing wrinkles, cuticle oil, reducing dark spots on the skin, eczema. So after you're done drinking some of it, use it for a beauty product.
Bill has gone down the marula hole.
I'm there. I am there.
All right.
I can't wait to taste it.
This is, again, it's just a little doop in your coffee is perfect because it's really sweet and it's delicious. All right, let's take a break. Now we'll have Jimmy in our next segment. He will answer any and all questions about adult beverages. He knows it all. 877-602-9696, or you can text your question to 33986.
See if you can stump Jimmy. How do you make a certain cocktail? You know, certain cocktails. You know, and let you like. See if you can stump Jimmy.
People are going to make stuff up now. That's not a cocktail.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash on the on-ramp from Bangor Highway to go I-15 northbound. Cars are blocking the left lane and shoulder where the ramp meets I-15. Doesn't even look like UHP's on the scene there yet. That's the only issue, though, so that's the good news. Not a lot of traffic out there this morning. You should have a fairly smooth commute, but if you do see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can send it to us, 33986. The Young Automotive Group is a locally owned and has 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out their inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Layton.
All right, let's take a break. We'll be back, 877-602-9696 or 33986 for your questions with Jimmy Santangelo, KXRK Provo.
I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
your
fudge
usual
online.
Fudge
well,
source?
you know, I like to go around to holiday boutiques, you know, and buy my Christmas fudge. And,
but since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
that's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge. And I'm hoping Pinoche as well. Online fudge, I think is.
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. I
think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But you know, I like to go around to the holiday boutiques and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies and, you know. Holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge, or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just gonna leave you hanging there on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
Gonna let you.
There's a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just
nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, just. Don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it?
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting.
Yeah.
Right? I
mean, it's for people who don't like brownies.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a...
it's like that much.
Side tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and that's all you need.
You know, there's fudge in the Biden White House. Let's see. Well, I
you mean there will be because
there
not
will
a Biden
be,
White House?
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet.
There's the promise of fudge.
There is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary of
Marcia Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although fudge isn't something you farm.
Well, in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
yeah, got a fudge mine.
Mining for fudge.
Yeah, drill for it sometimes.
In the fudge caves.
You can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves, yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard
That's the best kind.
Hard to
Are we
find.
done yet with this?
Well, and they have the special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying. about that.
Now we're walking away from the body that you are in the street.
I am out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right.
Yeah, sure was.
It was. All right. Gina?
Boostique is Lent and teetotaler friendly, carries essentials for professional and home bars, plus has a growing list of non-alcoholic wines and spirits. See the website for pickup, delivery, and more information. Katie checked. This is the website. It is boostique.xyz.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another
Hey, come on, you got a question, don't you? A question for Jimmy Santangelo, the proprietor of the Wine Academy of Utah. You can go to wineacademyofutah.com any time of the day or night. Find out the events that Jimmy's hosting. And you can also certify to be a sommelier if you want. Jimmy can teach you to do that.
Yeah.
Now, 877-602-9696 is our phone number. To call in and ask a question. You're pointing your finger, Mr. Jackson.
We also have text questions as well at 33986.
Yeah.
Here is a text question. My go-to cocktail is a Moscow Mule. But with things the way they are, some of my favorite vodka is off the shelf. Well, there's plenty of vodka on the shelf. It's just not Russian. But do you have any cocktail suggestions?
Yeah, there's a few variations on the Moscow Mule. Basically, Moscow Mules, the word mule implies that it has ginger beer in it. If you've ever heard of the term with cocktail culture, mule, kick, these imply a ginger beer. So one thing that's fun is make the same ingredients, but swap out that primary ingredient of vodka with a light blended whiskey, such as, say, a Canadian whiskey or something. Don't get too bourbony. Don't get too barrel aged. Do a nice light, even an Irish whiskey in there. for variation.
Irish mule or Kentucky mule. Those are my go-tos.
Yeah, I'm changing the name. I'm going to call it a Kiev mule.
There you go.
No, it's the Kiev mule.
There you go. Let's see. Can you ask Jimmy for a good Hennessy cocktail drink? I like Hennessy with Sprite and a twist of lime.
You put Sprite in cognac? Oh,
wow.
I've had a bottle of Hennessy for 2 years and don't know what to make with it. So good question.
Give it to me.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
It's one of those, Hennessy, cognac, brandy, and then cognac or Armagnac, but this is a cognac. Hennessy is intended to be enjoyed neat, right?
Yeah.
And as a spritzer, though, as a highball, you can definitely, if you want to get out of the box, the original cocktail here in America, made with brandy, was an old-fashioned. So you can hit a bit of bitters in there, or orange and citrus rind, bit of sugar. Whether you use a sugar cube, I recommend breaking that sugar cube down into simple syrup so it blends better and you don't have crystals of sugar still remaining in your cocktail glass. Give that bad boy a stir down with some ice, and that's the traditional old-fashioned, was made with brandy. But that's exceptional with using Hennessy and a finer product. But
there is, of course, a Brandy Alexander. The word brandy is right in the title.
That's true.
Let's see. I'm doing a cheese and chocolate tasting. What would you recommend to go with it?
That's great. So if you want just one particular product, you would want to go with a riper red wine. With the chocolate, with the cheese, you have the saltiness in the cheese going to cancel out the tannins in the wine, making the wine smoother. So that has a lot of different types of wines you can use, red wine or white wine otherwise. However, when you pair wine with chocolate, you have to make sure that the wine is sweeter than the dessert. So then that kind of makes a more of a specific category in the wine. So you need your Zinfandels, you need your Malbecs, you need your Merlots, you need some red blends that are really rich and juicy. Or you can do a little bourbon. You can do a really aged, nice, big, rich, toffee, butterscotchy kind of do Woodford Reserve, Maker's Mark, something like that.
There's a text question here that also I was always wondering about. It says, what am I missing? Can I drink vermouth straight like I would wine? Or is it people used to drink vermouth as like a wine. Same thing with sherry. Sherry used to be very popular to drink, and we have not cooking sherry, just regular sherry that we used to cook with. Sometimes I'll drink it, and my wife says, "Where'd all the sherry go?" I said, "Wait, what? You drink that?" Yeah, people used to drink it all the time, right?
No, absolutely. And the surefire way of cooking with wine, sherry or otherwise, I learned this from a chef up at Log Haven, Chef Dave up there. He said, "Jimmy, surefire way to cook with wine, 1 for the dish and 2 for the chef." So you're right on track.
There you go.
But vermouth you can drink. It's an amortized wine. It's meaning it started off as a white wine, typically lower proof, lower alcohol, like 11%. Then they fortified it up anywhere between 17 and 20% alcohol, adding in a lot of herbs, maybe even folding in some sugar if it were a sweet vermouth. So Cocchi Americano is a Blonder style aperitivo that you can use with soda water, makes a delicious spritzer, or you can use Carpano Antica formula, sweet Italian vermouth, which is very caramely and nutty and praline, and that is delicious, neat, and or on the rocks with a slight chill.
Where do you stand on drinking it right out of the bottle, Jimmy?
Straw. Use a straw. Be polite.
Okay.
You gentlemen. I think it's Whitney is on the phone. Let's go to Whitney. All right.
Hey, Jimmy, this is your friend Whitney.
How you doing?
Hello. I'm doing well. Hey, I've got a question. I use Patron, their orange liqueur. I'll mispronounce the citronage. They're taking it off the shelf. What is a good replacement for my margarita?
Oh, that's a good one. There is a fine triple sec on the shelf that that would be a secondary component for you. It's by Mercer Imports. The name of it is escaping me, but it's really a nice triple sec. Totally affordable in the $20 price point. I can picture it's got a triangular shaped bottle, 3-walled bottle, really tasty stuff. That's the best I could do for you, just thinking about it right now.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Whitney.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah,
See-
take care.
Now, this is the kind of knowledge that Jimmy just dispenses all the time, and you have an event coming up on the 9th, is it?
Yeah, we have events throughout the community. Rune, Salt Lake City, over on Main Street. They relocated from Sugar House on Main Street. Beautiful space. They have the Liars Club bar in the back. Just outstanding, sexy space. Great cocktails. Light menu. What we're doing there is on the 9th, each month, we're doing a deep dive in cocktail and wine culture, and we're launching it on April 9th at 2:30 p.m. The Manhattan Cocktail, a Taste of History presentation.
There you go.
I think I'll be there.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Jimmy
Let's all be
Santangelo. Yeah, go to wineacademyofutah.com. You can find the information about that event and many others that Jimmy's doing. Thanks a lot, Jimmy.
You got it. Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Traffic seems to be slow in all directions around the intersection of First East Mutton Hollow Road up to Kaysville. I don't know if it's an accident or what, but very slow through there. We also have a crash on the on-ramp from Bangor Highway to go I-15 northbound. Cars are blocking the left lane and shoulder where the ramp meets I-15. We also have a front runner alert, expected delay of 15 to 20 minutes southbound from South Jordan Station to Provo Station and northbound from Salt Lake Central Station to Ogden and all points in between. And what are you seeing? You can text us if there's something out there that's troubling you, 33986.
All right.
Bonus round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll consider this time. Little preview for you. Boner candidate number 1, your man needs to be fed, woman. Get supper on the table. Boner candidate number 2, well, he doesn't like fundraising. He loathes it. And boner candidate number 3, why didn't you stop? I didn't feel like it.
All right. Boners round 1.
2.
Well, no, this is 2. Boners round
Yeah.
2. Sorry.
Yeah.
This boners round 2 coming up after these messages. X96.
Top Arizona utility officials that Arizona's going to cut off power to L.A.
Yeah, this could be a boner.
to Los Angeles if the city proceeds with its boycott of all things Arizona. The mayor on Wednesday defiantly rejected a warning by top Arizona utilities officials that the state could cut off power to Los Angeles should the city proceed with its boycott. Spokesman Dave Beltran told Fox News that the message didn't even warrant a response. We're not going to respond to threats from a state that has isolated itself from America that values freedom, liberty, and basic human rights, Beltran said. That was after Gary Pierce, a commissioner of the 5-member Arizona Corporation Commission, wrote a letter to Villagarosa. I can't say his name. It's Villaragosa.
Just mangle it.
Slamming his city council's decision to boycott the Grand Canyon State in protest of its immigration law by suspending official travel there and ending future contracts with state businesses. Noting that a quarter of Los Angeles' electricity comes from Arizona power plants, Pierce threatened to pull the plug if the city council does not reconsider. Doggone it! If you're going to boycott this candy store, then don't come in for any of it, Pierce told Fox News. Well, I'm sure that they'll do that. I am sure that Arizona, as a matter of fact, if I were California, I'd say, go ahead. Go ahead.
Shut it off.
Go ahead. Put up or shut up.
You already look bad, Arizona. Do that and look worse.
They're not going to do it, is the point.
No.
They would never do it. They can't do it. We're going to cut off your power. Okay, fine. Do it.
All right, 8:18 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. Boner means mistake. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third coming up. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. Now, the winner of this round is not Boner of the Day, you see, because we had round 1 an hour ago. We'll get a winner here for round 2. We'll send both forward to Boner Fight. 9:20 this morning is when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. That's when that goes down. Then after that, it's Boner of the Week. We'll get to that later. Right now, focus on this, round 2. 2 candidates now, a third coming up. One of you random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see Incubus at USANA Amphitheater on August 24th. You can find out more about that show at x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Your man needs to be fed, woman. Get supper on the table. Dividing the workload between partners when it comes to household chores is a point of contention for a lot of couples, married couples. But one stay-at-home mother is furious because she discovered that her husband expects her to do every single job in the house so that he doesn't have to lift a finger when he comes home from work. The mother of 2 explained that her husband works as an ambulance driver, and he works at odd hours. So she's more than happy to make sure that there's food available for him when he comes home. He's often very tired. However, things reached a boiling point over the weekend when the woman's husband came home at 11 p.m. when she was asleep and began shouting, "Wake up and get my dinner." She said, "It's in the fridge, just heat it up."
Yeah.
He demanded that she get out of the bed, put the food in the microwave for him. He refused to do it himself. She said, I just don't know if I can put up with this any longer. Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. Your man needs to be fed. Get supper on the table. Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2. He doesn't like fundraising. He just loathes it. U.S. Representative Jeff Fortenberry of Nebraska convicted on charges that he lied to federal authorities about an illegal $30,000 campaign donation from a foreign billionaire. A federal jury in L.A. deliberated about 2 hours before finding the 9-term Republican guilty of concealing information and 2 counts of making false statements to authorities. Fortenberry was charged after denying that he was aware that he had received illicit funds from Gilbert Shagari, a Nigerian billionaire of Lebanese descent. By the way, this Nigerian billionaire made all of his money by sending people emails saying he was a Nigerian prince. It's a joke. Fortenberry showed no emotion as the verdict was read. His youngest daughter began sobbing uncontrollably. His wife tried to comfort him. Fortenberry came over to his wife. They were all present. His family was present. He has 5 daughters. They were present in the courtroom. Outside the courtroom, Fortenberry said the process had been unfair, and he would appeal immediately. I'm getting so many beautiful messages from people literally from around the world who've been praying for me, he said.
With tears in their eyes. Sir, I said.
Yeah. He said he was unaware that he had gotten
$30,000.
Well, here's the explanation. His wife confirmed it because she said, "My husband has always hated fundraising. He loathes it."
Okay. That explains nothing.
No. Because you have people who... Anyway, Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Why didn't you stop? I didn't feel like stopping.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up here in just a bit. What do we have here?
Bill Murray. I wonder if this will change your feelings about Bill Murray at all.
Oh, I don't know.
It might.
I love him almost as much as I love baby whales. So I don't know. Follow a baby whale on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
Apparently, Bill Murray is getting ready, or is ready, to talk about all of those Bill Murray stories that you hear.
That he showed up at a party and
and all
that
that,
stuff.
or he just shows up at somebody's wedding and buys everybody. There are all these kind of weird stories about him. The enigmatic and beloved actor. It points out that he's the beloved Caddyshack and Ghostbusters actor.
Mm-hmm.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
That's old Bill. He's partnering with a viral photo site and streaming company, The Chive, to start doing NFTs with a line of blockchain collectibles that will tell verified Bill Murray tales. Each token in the official Bill Murray NFT 1000 will have a unique graphic of Bill Murray and accompanying text of a brief anecdote about the actor that he has either personally revealed to the company or has verified from previously published material. A Chive Media Group founder, John Resig, says, I asked Bill's thoughts about all the Bill Murray stories swirling about. He gave a surprisingly candid answer. I like them just fine, he said. I was even present for some of them. He leaned in with that mischievous twinkle in his eye and also said, but there are more stories out there that people don't know. So he's going to do the hated NFTs.
Yeah.
At least hated by me. and I think you guys are kind of the same mind at this point.
I think they're ridiculous.
Yeah. But that's how he's going to do it.
Cash in, Bill.
I guess they're selling them. It doesn't say here exactly how they'll do it, but they're going to auction the first one anyway. Yeah. Auction for charity. So that's
the first
okay.
one.
Yeah.
After that, then it's all in Bill's pocket.
Is it?
And the Chive.
Yeah. Well, more power to him, I guess.
Whatever.
An ALS patient with complete paralysis has used a new brain implant to ask for something that he wanted. He wanted to hear a Tool album. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is what our friend Kyle Brown has. Destroys the nerves that control movement. As the disease progresses, patients can use eye tracking cameras to select letters on a screen as the effects get more severe, so that they can communicate. Well, this guy had this is the world's first brain implant. He selected letters to form sentences, and what he wanted was a Tool.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
that you're able to do that.
Yeah. And then, Ed Brass will be interested in this. Rammstein and Gina, Faith No More.
Yeah.
And Together, the Beatles song for charity. Going to do a cover of it. The song, which will be titled Come Together, We Will Stop You, has been released. It's already available, apparently. And they're calling the group behind the track Lifeline International. Rammstein's Richard Krusp, Faith No More's Bill Gould, Stabbing Westward's Christopher Hall, Walter Fulkus, Chris Connolly, Ukrainian band The Hard Kiss, and producer John Fryer among the many collaborators working on this version of Come Together, and it will be a charity event.
I listened to it earlier, and it's
not great.
Not great.
Well, it's too bad.
I mean, good for them raising money. That's nice.
Yeah. China continues to battle the worst COVID outbreaks driven by the Omicron variant. Health officials on Friday called the situation in China severe and complex. The country has counted more than 56,000 cases since March 1st, according to, that's 25 days. According to national health officials who gave a press briefing on Friday, more than half of those cases have been recorded in northeastern Jilin province and include asymptomatic cases as well. The numbers do not include Hong Kong, which tracks their COVID-19 data separately. China continues striving to achieve dynamic zero COVID in the short term, as it is still the most economical and most effective prevention strategy, said an infectious disease expert at China's Center for Disease Control. So, Carrie, I've had this story for a few days. This story for you.
Okay.
A young chimpanzee. I see. Anytime there's a monkey story, it's for Carrie.
Yep.
A young, and I know chimpanzees are not monkeys; they're apes.
Apes.
But monkey's a funnier word.
Yes.
A young chimpanzee has been filmed throwing rocks at tourists in a zoo in China.
Get out of here!
And and then
Leave us alone.
so there was this older chimpanzee watching this go on, and finally the older chimpanzee gets up, picks up a stick, and hits the young chimpanzee who's throwing rocks.
You're hurting the tourist trade.
I told you once. I told you 1,000 times. Don't throw rocks.
There is a 9-second clip of it. It shows the young chimp throwing stones. He's sitting on a boulder. A larger chimpanzee then approaches the young one from behind with a stick with leaves on it, and then just clobbers the smaller chimp with it. Many users comment that the video shows a father disciplining his offspring, and they praise the older chimp's parenting skills. However, primatologist Kat Hobater said, that's probably not what was really going on. She said,
rather than hitting him with the branch, you should put him in timeout and talk to him about why that's not a good idea to throw rocks at the visitors.
She said chimpanzees in captivity have very different behavior from chimpanzees in the wild, and this is probably behavior that's caused by being imprisoned rather than... chimpanzees, though, in the wild they go to war with each other.
Sure.
And fight, and they're pretty vicious about it, too.
It's all part of the uprising.
Ukraine tells the United States, we need more javelins. We need more Stingers. Those are anti-tank weapons, and they're shoulder-fired rockets, which are apparently so easy to use. I could step into a battlefield and put one on my shoulder and shoot it within, there's no training needed. You just point the missile at something you want to destroy and to shoot it. They need 500 of them of each per day. Apparently, Ukraine is making is beating back the Soviets. They've retaken some cities. I see. I'm just old school.
Yeah.
They've always been the Soviets to me.
They would let you. You're pandering, Bill, because they would like to be there.
Yeah, they've always been the Soviets to me. But apparently Ukraine is doing well against them. But geez, we just need this to stop. Watchdogs say that Clarence Thomas, if he won't resign, Congress should impeach him, because that's the only way you get him out of office. You can't fire him, you have to impeach him. Little Caesar's Pizza is welcoming back stuffed crazy bread.
Is this something you have to do something special to get, or is it just going to be available?
No, it's something that they've had before. There are people like my kid who loves. You put cheese inside a crazy bread, and he's happy.
Cheese and bread, two delicious things. Gina wouldn't understand, but it's
And finally, she hates crust. Finally, this. A hotel in Venice is arming their guests because there are too many seagulls and they're and there are a lot of seagulls in Venice.
Yeah.
And we've seen it. But apparently they've gotten so obnoxious, the seagulls, that they've had to arm guests at the hotel. Now, they've given them water guns, really high-pressure water guns that you can squirt.
So it's kind of fun.
I think it'd be a ball.
It's almost
It
like a
doesn't
game.
hurt them. Yeah, doesn't hurt them. But all right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, the NCAA tournament continues with the Sweet 16, and upset, Gonzaga is out. And I say the positive here is that we don't have to listen to East Coast people say Gonzaga anymore, and we have a whole other year before we can try to retrain them again that it's Gonzaga.
I prefer Gonzaga, though.
They lost to Arkansas 74-68. Villanova over Michigan 63-55. Duke over Texas Tech 78-73. And another upset, we had Houston beating Arizona 72-60. Today, the games, St. Peter's are still in it. They play Purdue at 5 o'clock. And Kansas and Providence, that's at 5:30. Jazz are playing tonight also. They're on the road in Charlotte against the Hornets. That's an earlier game at 5 o'clock. And Real Salt Lake tomorrow on the road in Kansas City playing Sporting KC. That's your sports weather. We've got potential record-breaking weather happening this weekend. Could break a record on Sunday that stood for 127 years. And so today, 75 today. 80 could be over 80 by Sunday. It's very strange, but not going to last. Looks like by Monday we have a drop in temps and a chance of showers, which we need. And it looks like this week we have a couple of chances for some rain. So that's all very good news. Traffic, we've got, I think people just started spring break early because not many folks out on the road. We've got some delays in Kaysville. Slow all directions around the intersection of 100 East Mutton Hollow Road in Kaysville. We have crash at the ramp, I-15, milepost 290. That's the Bangor on-ramp off to the left shoulder there. And that's it. Things are moving very well this morning. Of course, if you see something not moving well, you can text it into us, 33986. X96 welcomes Flogging Molly the Interrupters at the Complex September 11th. You can get ticket information at x96.com.
Back to the stuffed crazy bread, just a tip from our chat room. Know that when you order an order of stuffed crazy bread, there are only 3 pieces. So if you you should probably...
That's fewer than if you get regular crazy bread. Huh?
You should probably do a double order.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for that.
A little bit of info.
Yeah. Here's boner candidate number 3. Why didn't you stop? Well, I didn't feel like it. Here we go. An Alabama taxi driver. So this, I could probably do this boner candidate in one sentence. A woman who is an Alabama taxi driver was speeding, and hence she was noticed by the police, who pursued her, and there was a 2-state chase. Police chasing this woman driving a taxi cab, which ended up in a ditch. Oh, there's a period there. When the cops approached and said, "Why didn't you stop?" she said, "I didn't feel like stopping today."
There you go.
She has
Just
lost
didn't
her
feel
job.
like it.
She has
All
lost
right.
her job as a taxi driver. Boner candidate number 3.
There you go.
So let's review them
Yes,
and then vote.
Review the first 2. Go.
Okay, boner candidate number 1. Your man needs to be fed, woman. Get supper on the table. I think that sums it up right there. Boner candidate number 2. He doesn't like fundraising. He loathes it. That's how Representative Fortenberry's wife, and Fortenberry goes along with this, that's how they explain the fact that he didn't really realize that he received an illegal $30,000 campaign donation. Because I don't like fundraising, you know, so I don't. Yeah. And boner candidate number 3, why didn't you stop? I didn't feel like it.
Okay. There you go. It is time now for you to vote. This is round 2. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight. That'll happen at 9:20 this morning, where we'll take the winner of this round and the winner of round 1 and put them against each other, and you'll vote for boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. Right now, this is round 2. So 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way to vote is to call our producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 25, 2022, and vote there. All right, you have until the end of these messages. This is round 2.
You know, he works late a couple nights a week, and then I'm in charge of dinner.
That means Olive Garden.
Which is a laugh.
Which me in charge of dinner is never me making dinner.
It's Olive Garden.
You know, you could learn. You're not stupid. You could learn. It's not. No, it's probably too late for you.
Listen, there are a limited number of recipes that you can do with meat and bread, and that's.
And my kids will tell you this story if you ever have them. What does your mom make you for dinner? And you know what they will tell you? Mac and milk.
Mac and milk?
Because a while ago I went to make mac and cheese for them.
You know, we have people who work for the Division of Child and Family Services listening to this show. I'm not sure you want to tell this.
And because I don't eat mac and cheese, I don't think, really. So you boil the pasta, and then I measured out the milk.
This is for the boxed.
Yeah, to put the
crap
powder in.
That any moron can do.
Yeah.
That at 8 years old I was doing.
And I poured the milk into the noodles, and I put it on the table, and the kids, all 3 of them, sitting there, and they said, "Did you put the cheese?"
Where's the cheese?
Back in?
It's just powder. It's cheese powder. Where is it?
I forgot to put it in the milk and mix it up.
So you are stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's impossible for you to learn to cook.
Yes.
You could do it.
But my husband does such a good job.
But that burden falls upon you to give succor to your family. to nourish
twice a week.
Gina, to nourish and strengthen their bodies.
That doesn't hurt them to have pizza twice a week.
You're a disappointment. I'm surprised you snagged a husband.
I am too.
Well, everybody.
And he's such a good guy. He wouldn't divorce me now that he knows the truth.
Even though he was duped.
This is now a pity marriage.
All the way.
I'm married.
I got him to marry me quickly.
Now I'm married to you out of pity. I got to stick with you because you wouldn't survive.
There goes Jim Gaffigan with his critical race theory. All right, we're early. It's 8:42, and let's award round 2 of your bonus.
I'll talk slower and stutter if we need to stretch.
No, what'd you have for dinner last night? Go into great detail.
I made a chopped Cobb salad, which it doesn't matter, the distinction chopped Cobb salad as opposed to a regular Cobb salad. But it contains, so I made some bacon, and then I fried or cooked 3 chicken breasts, boneless, skinless chicken breasts, in the bacon drippings. So I cooked them up in the bacon drippings, and then I cut them up into little cubes, and then I made a blue cheese vinaigrette dressing, and I had some romaine lettuce, cherry tomatoes, and the bacon, and avocados, which I forgot to put on the salad. They just sat there. I forgot them. And hard-cooked eggs, hard-boiled eggs. That you put all that on the top of the lettuce, and then you have it with blue cheese and a blue cheese vinaigrette.
I like the chopped salad because it starts the digestive work for you. It's less effort.
That's the appeal, is it?
I guess.
It's already started. It's already well on its way to being digested.
Yeah, I guess I guess you could say that. I don't know physiologically. Maybe Dr. Angela Dunn would be able to tell us physiologically if that's true. I see, Jeannie, you do the same thing with your teeth.
That's what I mean. It saves a step.
So what? When you have a chopped salad, you just swallow it.
There's
you don't
less
chew.
chewing
You don't
involved.
have to chew. No,
There's less chewing involved.
Okay,
and
but-
X96.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, besides the pre-chewed salad, who else?
X96 presents the Pioneers of Alternative Weekend starting today at noon with Marcy. We celebrate our 30th anniversary by playing songs that built X96, from the Smiths to System of a Down, Depeche Mode to the White Stripes, Nirvana to Fall Out Boy. You get the idea.
All right.
What I know for sure is that a random voter named Hillary won Incubus tickets. The voting was pretty even for these candidates. The least favored was the female taxi driver, the woman taxi driver who was chased by the cops. And when they said, "Why didn't you stop?" she said, "Well, I didn't feel like stopping today." But number one, your man needs to be fed, get supper on the table. And number two, the lying congressman who lied about fundraising was number two. And they both went back and forth. But ultimately, the winner, the congressman who got the illegal campaign donation and then lied about it.
Yep. All right. That is your boner winner for round 2. It goes forward, might be boner of the day. We'll see. It will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We'll put them both against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll vote for boner of the day. All right, let's get Dr. Dunn on the phone here.
Dr. Angela Dunn, who is the director of the Salt Lake County Health Department. Good morning, Dr. Dunn.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Dr. Dunn, I understand that you've gone Hollywood. You've become You've become the producer, the curator of a film festival. Is that right?
I know this is really cool, and it's something I'm learning about too. But all these great things the Salt Lake County Health Department does, and one of them is a teen health film festival where we actually ask students in grades 7 to 12 to submit a short film, and they can win prizes.
They provided them with a theme, apparently, which was stories of resilience. And it's, as you said, grades 7 through 12 in the Salt Lake County School District. Now, is there a deadline for these films for kids? Or has it been done?
So all the submissions are due on April 7th at midnight, and then we'll have a virtual screening on April 28th to determine both a festival winner but an audience choice winner. We've got some really talented teams out there, so it's an exciting opportunity.
And then you can win cash prizes doing this. And then let's see, there's a specialized bicycle, Beats headphones, gift certificates, all kinds of stuff you can win doing this. The sponsors are, of course, the Salt Lake County Health Department, and that's who's judging. Are you judging them, Dr. Dunn?
I was just thinking about that. I think I might choose to judge. I think that would be super fun.
Yeah. Well, we've put on a film festival or two. I would suggest that you could judge, or get somebody else to do it, and then they hate
nobody
you.
Gets mad at you when they don't win.
Oh,
they hate the judge. They always hate the judge. The people who enter and don't win, they always hate the judge. So get a celebrity judge.
Yeah, we try to always never judge anything because people hate you.
That's not true. We're super judgy.
Yeah,
we
but we do it
judge
in
everybody
secret.
all the time.
Dr. Dunn, the deadline is when is it again?
April 7th at midnight.
So you can find out all of the information about the Teen Film Festival at saltlakehealth.org. Let's talk a little bit about the coronavirus, the variant Omicron. What is it? B.2 or what is it called?
I know. We're calling it BA2. The original Omicron was BA1. So we're now on the second variant of Omicron.
This is probably a question that's sort of very subjective, but how serious is this?
We're actually pretty fortunate. It is a little more transmissible, meaning that it can infect more people than the original Omicron, but it doesn't lead to more serious disease, and the vaccine is still really effective at preventing severe disease. So we're still in a great spot as long as people continue to get vaccinated. I mean, we're still only at about 42% of Salt Lake County residents being up to date. So still encouraging everybody to get out there, get their booster, get their first and second doses if they haven't already.
I'm still wearing a mask. I go to the grocery store, I wear a mask. Anytime I'm in public, I wear a mask, but I see most people not doing that. Is it okay to not do it?
I mean, I'm not wearing a mask anymore. We are in low transmission. We have had so few cases, and our hospitalizations are just plummeting. We're really in a fantastic spot. So I'm taking the opportunity to have a little break from my mask. But I will tell you that, I'm fortunate in that everyone in my household is otherwise healthy, and we're all vaccinated with our booster if we could get one. So, people who are a little more cautious, that's definitely fine. But if people want to break from their mask, now's definitely the time to do it.
Yeah. And I mean, nobody's ever given me any, I don't see that people are looking at me strangely or anything. It's, people do it or don't do it, and that's fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see now. So COVID, we're taking a break. Is there a prediction that it may start coming back, though?
And that's what we're kind of all watching, because Denmark and the UK are in a surge right now, and we're typically a few weeks behind them. So we could possibly, again, be on another uphill roller coaster in the next several weeks. But if we do a good job and continue to get vaccinated, we definitely have the ability to prevent that surge from coming. So we'll still be on alert and make sure that we give you guys good information as we see it come in. But right now we're in a really good spot with very low levels of COVID spreading around.
Which means it's the perfect time to get your booster if you haven't done that already. Yes. Is the health department still offering those?
We are. So you can go to saltlakehealth.org. They're still free. They're available at all of our clinics from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then we also have on that website, you'll find some community outreach where we actually are going to our communities that have pretty low vaccination rates and bringing the vaccine to them. So all that information is on saltlakehealth.org. Again, free, readily available. And yes, Gina, everybody should get out there and get their booster.
Is it possible for people over the age of 65 to get a second booster? Even if they aren't immunocompromised or anything like that, they just feel the safety of a second booster. Can they do that?
I mean, it's currently not approved by the FDA and not recommended by the CDC. And I'll tell you why. We haven't seen any strong evidence that an additional booster would protect somebody more against hospitalization or death.
And I will say that the vaccination manufacturers or the vaccine manufacturers are creating new formulas to better protect against the variants, because all these vaccines were made against the initial way back when, the initial strain of COVID. So my recommendation at this point is for people to just hold on. And if they are feeling vulnerable, definitely wear those masks and avoid crowded situations. And that's probably going to offer better protection than getting a fourth booster at this point.
Do you know any place where you can buy those bubbles that you can kind of live in? And
I could use one.
And maybe they're sort of mobile. You could get like a hamster ball. You know, you can go to the store in a bubble. But I did. You know what I did? I just out of habit. I was at a place the other day where there were a lot of people, and I shook hands with 2 or 3 people, which I had stopped doing, and I realized I just did it out of force of habit because I've always liked a hearty handshake.
Dr. Dunn, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you handshake, it's okay. Just don't touch your face or anything before you wash your hands.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that is a good lesson throughout life, not just during COVID.
Yeah. I certainly wash my hand. I've said this before. I was never particularly a big hand washer. You know, I mean, I washed my hands, but I was not, I did it occasionally. But I'm, you know,
I haven't washed
if
my
they were
hands in a
dirty,
while. Maybe I should try that.
If they looked dirty, I'd wash them. Or if I got something on them, sticky stuff or what, I'd wash them. But
I don't think you have to worry about anyone wanting to shake your hand after that comment.
Thank you.
Well, I wash them all the time now. I'm become a big hand washer, so I do it all the time. Dr. Dunn, thanks for talking with us.
Yes.
Don't forget the Teen Film Festival. The Salt Lake County Health Department is doing that, and you can find out about it saltlakehealth.org. Thanks for being with us, and we'll talk to you again soon, I hope.
Yes.
Thanks for letting me listen. Bye, guys.
Right. Thank you, Doctor. Traffic, please.
Doctor.
Let's see. We have a little bit of slowage, it looks like, southbound I-15 through North Salt Lake. I don't have an accident reported there, but I just can see on the UDOT cameras it looks like things are slowing down there a little bit. But I'm guessing lots of people are doing early spring break activities because traffic seems to be very light and moving well this morning. X96 presents Coin, performing at the Great Saltaire this July 22nd. You can enter to win tickets by listening to Corey O'Brien in the evenings all week long, and you can get more information at x96.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that and a lot more. KXRK Provo.
Today. So you guys have bidets, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have experienced a bidet. I do not have one in my house.
So I have one in my house, and I've come to prefer it. And I mean, there are 3 toilets in the house. Only one of them has a bidet, and I really prefer it. And when I was having my spine surgery, one of the physical therapy people or something said, "Now the first thing I'm going to recommend is I hope you have a bidet at home, because it'll be difficult to clean yourself up." And I said, "Well, I do." But I wonder if you've experienced this, Carrie.
Yes.
And maybe you, Gina. It takes you a while to trust the bidet. To trust that it has done its work as it should have.
Yes.
Don't you have, shouldn't you check to make sure all is well?
Well, particularly if you have a bidet which has a dryer on it.
Hold it. Before we go any further, let me...
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Okay, go ahead.
So, particularly if it has a dryer, which cleans you and then it dries you off.
Yes.
Do you trust it?
Yeah.
So for a while, I was not quite sure if I trusted, so I would check.
Yeah.
But I've gotten to the point where
you just assume everything's been taken care of.
Pretty damn sure.
Wow, you're braver. You're braver than me.
Yeah,
I haven't had a problem. I have not had a problem.
I have not developed that much trust yet.
So that I don't have to use toilet paper at all.
Well, I'm using less toilet paper. But,
Yeah. I
but
was in the honeymoon phase.
There's all trust there. You're willing to try anything in that phase.
Yeah. But now that the bidet and I are an old married couple, I know it's doing its job and it's got my back.
I don't
side,
need to
so
check.
to speak. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I could. Although I don't live with one. Maybe if I lived with one, I would get there. But in the times I have experienced them, I'm like, well, that was nice and everything, but I'm just going to make sure.
I think you have to get to the point where you trust it, or what's the point? What's the point of even having a relationship with a bidet if you can't trust it 100%? I say stick with your old toilet and your old toilet paper then.
Well, again, it's a trust issue.
Yeah, exactly. I trust my bidet.
Okay.
Trust it.
I'm happy for the two of you. That's.
I know how to position I know how to position myself, and it knows where to squirt.
Okay, in any good relationship, that's the case. So.
And see, and that's the thing is that I trust but confirm.
Yep. Trust but verify.
I trust but verify.
Yeah, no, Carrie, I'm gonna challenge you over the next little while.
I would be spending that next few hours afterward just
are you sure it wasn't
uneasy?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, but this is the perfect time because you're not going anywhere. So later on in the day, when it comes time to change your clothes, you'll know.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that kind of trust, I'm afraid.
I'm glad it's working out for you, though.
It's a wonderful relationship.
Not many things have gone your way lately, and I'm glad this is one that is going your way.
And besides, I can't really verify.
If you wanted to?
Immediately afterwards.
I see. Well, so it's sort of you were forced into trust.
Well, I'd gotten to the point where I trusted it before that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did you make today? Did you make poo-poos? Any poo-poos? That's poison in the body, you know.
They're going to put us on a stamp for sure.
Reminding him to make when he waits too long and gets plugged up. What is that? What are you doing? It's a signal for poo-poos. You got to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Don't make her do the signal, Mom. She has to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Now this hand is the potty, beckoning the poo-poos, and in they go. Huh? She's not doing it.
All right.
She's not doing it.
If we're having poop chat.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
I don't want to be in Stockholm. I don't want to be Stockholm syndromed into enjoying a toilet. Someone texted.
Well, it's better than resenting it. It's better than.
No, I'm glad you've embraced it. This is good.
I wonder if anybody else has had that feeling of, I've done this enough. I trust that bidet. It's done its work. I don't have to check. It's like your mother said, "Have you been eating that candy out of the candy jar? Let me see your hands."
There's evidence.
because it's our 30th anniversary. That song actually goes back to KJQ.
1983, it says. Doot Doot by Frewer. It's kind of a creepy song. I mean, if you sort of pay attention to what's going on there, it's really creepy. And then Frewer, the band who did it, they're from Wales, and they became Underworld.
We dance underneath the radar.
Really cool song, and Change the Weather was my favorite. I still listen to that song every once in a while. Change the Weather by Underworld. But, a lot of people listening will remember that, but Katie, she had no idea of that song. She wasn't even sure. I mean, it looks like it should be Doot Doot, but you know, you think, well, maybe it's something else. Maybe it's Dut Dut or. Did you like it, Katie? Did you like it? She's never heard it.
It was slow. It was slower. Yeah. It had a good tempo to it. I'm not a huge fan of the singing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
had a good beat, Dick. I'll give it a 75.
I mean, I was swaying in the studio a little bit. Just the vocals were a little weird for me.
Yeah, they're odd.
This song you probably like better. And I'm surprised Todd didn't program this one in, because I know Todd loves Underworld.
Yeah. This is Underneath the Radar.
Yeah, let me cue into it.
Just too small to make a fuss about it. Something fun.
Hey! This is so clubby. This is just such a clubby.
Always filled the dance floor when you played it at BB-8.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that when it says,
"Get hit!" There's a lot of that in it.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I like it.
Let me Change the Weather.
This is almost a rock and roll.
See, there's a lot of heritage here.
Yeah.
And you're going to hear a lot of this weekend.
Yeah, it's the Pioneers of Alternative Weekend starting at noon today. Marcy is going to kick it off, and all weekend long we're going to go into some CDs that we've dusted off. You remember we interviewed these guys?
Yeah, Alfie
we went to
and
Germany.
Carl. Yeah. They were very nice, and I think that they both, as a team, do music for movies now.
Is that right?
They do a lot of that in commercials and movies and stuff.
Yeah, we went to Germany and met them at some little restaurant or something, as I recall.
Yeah. Carrie and I said to each other one day, "Hey, why don't we go to Germany and interview Frewer?" And so we
That's
got
not
on a
how
plane.
that happened.
Yes, it is. We just said, it was part of a European tour we did, and we also who's the band we interviewed up in? We got into a BMW with their manager, a woman. And got out on the Autobahn and proceeded to drive between Berlin and where was that? So what was the other city? It was I
can't remember.
It's a city in Germany, but on the Autobahn, she's driving this BMW at 130 miles an hour.
Oh, geez.
Almost all the way. It was just what? And drinking a cup of coffee and talking with us. I said, what? There's no speed limit on the Autobahn.
There should be.
Yeah, well, there wasn't at the time, and it was not. And the Autobahn, people think of, well, it must have been this big super highway.
No,
not really.
No.
It was 2 lanes in each direction,
yeah.
And there was a median, like a big separations, 2 lanes going one way and 2 lanes, but it was fairly narrow, and people just.
I'm racking my brain trying to remember the name of the band that we met there, because but here's what I do remember is I had Spätzle for the first time, and it was delicious.
The band took us to a restaurant and said, "We're going to go have to a restaurant have our favorite Spätzle."
I can see their faces. I can see the lead singer's face.
Yeah.
I can't help you because I didn't go.
And I had a T-shirt of the band. I can't remember the name of the band.
You know, Gina, you can continue to be bitter about that, but your job was to be the producer.
I know, but I would like to have gone somewhere ever.
Well, stop being a producer. That's my.
I did. That's Katie's job now. And now we don't go anywhere. Now we don't go anywhere.
Well, that's right.
And now we don't go anywhere.
That's the reason. Well, Gina's not a producer anymore. Let's stop going places.
I can't take her anywhere.
Yeah.
You know where people could go? This is a very poor segue here, but Lagoon. You could go to Lagoon.
That's where the fun is.
Opening weekend is this weekend, and X96 has tickets for you. You can text the word Lagoon, 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 to 33986, and you can win some passes.
You know, somebody listening probably remembers what band it was that we interviewed and in what city.
The shirt I had
what did it look like?
It had a bird on it.
A bird.
That does not help, does it?
What kind of a bird? Maybe that'll help.
I don't remember. It was like just a bird in the yard.
It'll come to me.
You know, just a bird.
I'll remember. I'll remember soon enough.
If you remember, later this afternoon or something, tweet it out.
Okay.
Just say,
Please.
remember that band?
Mm-hmm.
They only had a couple
it almost happened. I almost got it, but now it's gone.
Yeah, they only had.
Was it a duo, a trio?
A duo. There were two.
Duo.
There were 2 guys.
Well, there were 2 guys we met. There might have been more in the band.
I don't think there were. Visage, no.
It's right there. You're so
something
close.
like that. It's
one of those words. I hate that. Anyway.
If you know, call us at 877-602-9696 or text us 33986.
People are saying
camouflage.
Camouflage, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, the band was Camouflage. I now remember. I don't remember any of their songs, but
hang on. I
remember Camouflage.
The Great Commandment.
The Great Commandment.
I never cared for the band, really. They were very nice guys, though, and they fed us Spätzle.
Love is a shield you hide behind.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
No, not one of my favorites, but
the Great Commandment.
Commandment.
Yeah, they were really German too.
The Great Commandment shows contact between the world and their embarrassing vagrants. Leave the stolen, read the readings, realize the man.
There were 3 of them in the band, it says here. German synth pop trio.
Could probably hear some of this weekend, I bet.
See, that's the shirt I had. See, I knew I had a bird on it. See? X96.com/live. That was the shirt I had that had the bird on it.
Trying to see if it says what town they were from, because then I'll know where we went. No, it wasn't Dusseldorf.
No. I don't know.
Anyway, that's when we
got
did
there.
We got there. Thank you. That was going to bug me all day if I didn't remember that.
It almost always comes to me. I just have to.
You just got to
shake my head a little. And,
It's like a broken TV. You got to smack your head. And,
yeah,
you know.
I have to adjust the rabbit ears.
Oh, God.
It's so bad. I don't like that at all.
No, it's terrible.
Oh, that's funny. All right.
Frankfurt.
That's
where we went.
Yes, we drive to Frankfurt for Spätzle with camouflage. All right. We will take a break. And we'll be back with boner fights and boner of the week and all of that on the way. X96.
So when is Seymour coming?
Well, he said he'd be here now. He says he's got some real good stuff for us, stuff that's going to make us some dough.
None of his ideas have panned out so far. You said hiring a personal manager to get us some outside projects would be a good thing.
I know.
You said that we'd start making some extra money.
I know.
Nothing so far, partner. Nil. Nothing. We haven't seen a dime.
Well, Seymour says we're too picky. Says we have to bend a little bit. That's got to be him. Come on in, Seymour.
Hey, that's pretty good. How did you know it was me?
Well, you said you'd be here at this time, and no one else ever visits us.
Yeah, and I could smell your Aqua Velva through the door.
Ah, powerful, ain't it? I love Aqua Velva.
So, Seymour, what kind of stuff have you got for us?
Well, first off, let me tell you, everybody wants a piece of your asses. Radio from Hell is hot right now. Hot! It's positively volcanic. Now, I can get you two volcanic gods a personal appearance fee to MC the grand opening of a new artificial limb store at a strip mall in downtown Nephi.
How much? How much money?
Well, no money. I got your trade for this one. You guys can take your pick of any partial orthopedic appliance you like. If you need full limbs, they want to charge you a little, like cost or something.
Well, I think I can speak for Bill when I say we pass.
Carrie, could we just put this one on hold? I need to speak with Aunt Esther and see if Uncle Clyde's hook is still busted.
All right, that's a maybe. I'll put this one on the maybe pile. Okay, here's the next offer. A big pharmaceutical concern in Santa Cruz.
Utah?
Yeah, Utah. This pharmaceutical company has a brand new hemorrhoid ointment, and they want you boys to be the spokesman. Now, before you say anything, just listen to some ad copy I was formulating in my head as I rode over here on the bus. Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, and being DJs, we spend most of the day sitting on our asses. Boy, do we know about hemorrhoids. Something, 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 vamp, vamp, vamp. So get rid of your hemorrhoids right away with Roid Away.
Roid Away?
Let me guess. No money for this one either? I think I speak for Bill when I say we will not endorse Roid Away for trade. Tell Roid Away to take their proposal and shove it up there.
No, hold on, Carrie. I've been kind of inflamed lately.
It's on the maybe pile. Here's the next deal. The Mighty Morphin Hell Rangers. You two can morph from yourselves into these guys wearing tight leather outfits and football helmets.
Absolutely not. Look at Bill's gut. Do we want our fans to see that gut in tight leather? I think I speak for Bill when I say...
Wait, Carrie. Hey, Seymour, is it pink leather? I just love pink leather.
On the maybe pile. Finally this. You guys know them little Looney Tune Kids cartoons, Teeny Toons or whatever? Yeah. Very popular. Little Bobby? Huge. Muppet Babies? The biggest. Well, picture this. Carrie and Bill cartoons with the two of you as little baby DJs, getting into all kinds of radio adventures at a grown-ups radio station. It's called Hell Babies. What do you say?
I want to turn this down, but before I do, let me ask Bill. What do you think?
Seymour, would only my cartoon wear a diaper, or could I get to really wear a diaper sometimes?
On the maybe pile.
Maybe pile. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Stuttgart,
I think it was Stuttgart, not Frankfurt.
Stuttgart, not Frankfurt.
I think it was Stuttgart. That's where we went to see Camouflage.
And have Spätzle in Stuttgart.
It was like an hour away or something from Berlin.
Yeah.
And that's true. That woman was driving, I looked at the speedometer of the BMW, and it's in kilometers per hour. And I said, how fast is that in miles per hour? And she said, I think 110, 120 miles per hour. It's they may have started controlling traffic on the Autobahn better, because there were crashes on the Autobahn, and when there were crashes, they were fiery disasters. Nobody survived. Whenever there was there were never minor accidents on the Autobahn. It was always everyone was killed kind of accident.
All or nothing on the Autobahn.
Yeah, exactly. Bon, the Autobahn.
Okay. Gina had to go and get her...
Fetch her child.
Fetch her kid from school, because kid isn't well. But we do have a boner fight coming up.
Mm-hmm.
So stand by for that. We'll have it for you in about 7 or 8 minutes. So what do you got there?
I have more Tom Cruise information. Do we have a sponsor for this, Katie?
We sure do. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection, over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Woohoo! Tom Cruise, we had a story earlier that he was angry about how long Paramount was going to have Mission Impossible in the theaters. Only 45 days instead of the 3 months.
This is the new standard in Hollywood, is to have them in, because everybody's got a streaming service that they want to promote.
I don't like it much myself. I mean, I have not gone back to the movies, although I think I will. I'm gonna do it. I went to the roller derby, for instance. Now I'll wear a mask, but usually when I go to the movies, it's not all that crowded anyway. So I think I'll start going back. But Tom Cruise's point is, it used to be movies would be in the theater for 3 months, and that's where he makes his money. Like he needs it, but he gets box office share, and that's important to him. And I really, the movie theater is where they should be seen, especially big spectacles like Mission Impossible 7.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I don't know. I get the feeling that the Hollywood model, because more and more people are with the streaming services, and your TV systems are so much better now. I've got a huge screen in my TV room.
Still not as good as a big screen at a movie theater.
That's true, but at the same time, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. And I think that what's going to happen is you're going to start seeing more and more of these independent films, these smaller films, going to streaming first. And not in
they
theaters.
already are, I think.
Yeah, not in theaters. I think what you're going to see in theaters are the Batman, Infinity War. And
that's
things
already happening. They're like those. I think those 2 Ryan Reynolds movies. I don't think the Adam Project went to
No, it was for
theaters at
Netflix
all.
only. No,
Yeah,
it was Netflix exclusive. That's what he's been doing is putting.
And
things on
the
Netflix.
Free Guy, I think that was only.
Free Guy was
Might have been in the theaters for a little bit, but
briefly. But yeah, I saw it on streaming, and again,
my standards. Yeah, my standards. Now you have a really big TV. I've got not that big. It's it's a. But I still don't mind watching movies on it. It's got a very good, clear picture, a very nice picture. So. Anyway,
but what Tom needs is a better contract. He needs to learn from Scarlett Johansson. Get a better contract.
Here's what he's pissed about now, though. Not just that. Apparently Paramount wanted to develop Mission Impossible for Paramount Plus before the franchise so they wanted to put it on Paramount Plus, a series kind of thing.
A TV series.
Yeah.
Because that's where it comes from. Young folks don't know that.
Yeah. It actually began as a television series that ran on CBS for 7 years. The show was revived in 1988 as a follow-up to the original on ABC. Mission Impossible, one of Paramount's most successful franchises. The studio was interested in bringing the franchise back to a television series. And Tom Cruise, who owns a part of it, said, nope.
Yeah.
Nope. No TV series while I'm involved. Don't want it. Can't have it. They said, huh? He's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Pretty powerful. It says here, he flexes a great amount of creative control over it.
Well, and as part owner and producer, that's why he wants it in theaters longer. You know?
Now, think about this. Jim Carrey.
Yes.
Dumb and Dumber. So, which is a movie I like. Dumb and Dumber is Lloyd and what was the other character's name? Anyway, so we just love, what's his name in the other role? Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels.
Jeff Daniels, thank
as
you. Harry. Yes.
Lloyd and Harry. So think of that. It's just perfect. Well, that's not who Jim Carrey wanted to play Harry. He wanted Nicolas Cage to play. That would have been an entirely different thing.
It would.
And I think Jim Carrey is probably lucky that it wasn't Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Because I think Nicolas Cage would have tried to out Jim Carrey. You know, outdo him. Be more Jim Carrey than Jim Carrey is.
Now, remember how funny Nick Cage was in Raising Arizona. I mean,
yes.
Maybe it would be a similar type take.
I mean, he can be very funny. I just think that, so I don't know how it happened that Jeff Daniels was not considered a comic actor at all.
No, he was always considered a dramatic actor.
And so they stuck him in there, and he was really funny as the dumb guy.
And now he pretty much just does drama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The University of Utah and all Utah colleges, you will see tuition hikes and fees coming. It's been approved. They're all going to raise prices across the board, making it even harder to get that expensive diploma, which won't do you any good in your future. So, well, I don't know. Katie got a degree in broadcasting. Was that your major?
Journalism and radio production.
Yeah. Do you feel that your degree was helpful or
in certain aspects, for sure?
Or could you have gotten this job probably without college?
I probably could have gotten this job without college, but with the knowledge that I had from working at internet radio and taking the radio classes that they had, which were very small and almost canceled, I feel like I learned a lot, and I was able to come in here with more confidence.
I took a lot of college and graduate school, and I did it mainly because they had acting classes. Now, I could have taken private acting lessons and done it that way, but I did it through college. And I think it's interesting. I think there's a growing movement, and there are people saying a lot of people go to college that don't need to go to college.
It's because I think because that's been drilled into us kids for so long that you need a degree. You're never going to go anywhere. You're never going to get anywhere if you don't have a degree.
Your parents are disappointed in you if you don't go to college.
I feel like that was really drilled into us as kids.
What do you mean you're not going to go to college? What do you mean?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. You have to go to college. Well,
are you trying to get me to go back to college?
Sure. Well, you never finished. And see, you didn't need to.
And my sisters all have advanced degrees. They all have master's degrees, and my sister Mikkel is getting her doctorate right now.
So they're at my mom's range.
Yeah.
Well, has that been a big help to them, or?
I applaud them all for doing
that's not
that.
That's not what I asked you, though. whether you applauded them or not. Is it helpful?
Sure, yeah, for what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, my sister's a nurse practitioner. Obviously, she needed to do that, and my other one's a teacher. And...
Well, she didn't need to get a master's degree to be a nurse.
To all the young people listening who are thinking about going to college, I just say this. The world needs ditch diggers, too.
I got a 23-year-old. He's not going to college.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
He's not going to college, and I'm really disappointed in him. All right, the winner from round one in the 7 o'clock hour. And it was, once again, the fake news media going after a true American patriot. Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. She is a one-woman political consultant, and she has been deeply involved, as text messages and other things show, deeply involved in the attempt to have Joe Biden kicked out of the White House and Donald Trump reinstalled as president. She really believes this. She's all in. And
again,
she is the wife of a Supreme Court justice.
If this were happening in another country, we'd be going, well, that's not right.
Well,
crickets here. It's crickets.
People would be thrown in jail. Or there would be a coup and Donald Trump would be the president again.
Yeah. Crickets here.
Yeah.
Crickets.
And then that goes up against number two. He doesn't like fundraising. He loathes it. U.S. Representative Fortenberry, Jeff, I think it is. Yeah, Jeff Fortenberry of Nebraska, 9-term congressman, convicted of taking an illegal campaign donation. And I think what he was really convicted of was lying to the FBI about it. That's usually where they get them. You can't. It's hard to prove that illegal campaign donation stuff. But then when the FBI questions you about it, you go, I don't know anything about a $30,000 donation and they find out that you do. You're lying. That's what they get you on. That's number two.
All right. Let's get to voting. This is Boner of the Day. 1 or 2, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, March 25, 2022, and vote there. Refresh your internet browser. Make sure that box appears so you can click and vote. You have until the end of these messages. It's Boner of the Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell radio players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough. Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right. Thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5-10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know, there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping, not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples
Some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings, 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of, it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
You know, that's interesting because, well, for the most part, well, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had. But what you're saying is...
they expect it.
So, yeah, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility. And, you know, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, you know, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
or driving.
Uh-huh, right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell radio players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
There was
about.
more of
Time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a chopped cob salad.
And save on skiing at Snow Basin Resort with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy online. Visit snowbasin.com.
Boner candidate number one was Ginny Thomas, Clarence Thomas's wife.
Mm-hmm.
She went to pick him up at the hospital, by the way. He's out now. And has been deeply involved in the attempt to invalidate the presidency of Joe Biden and get Donald Trump back into office. That went up against a congressman who was accused of lying to the FBI, and she got double the votes of the congressman and wins Boner of the Day.
All right, there you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today. Let's see. There we go. March 25, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Dave the Flower Guy will be here in our next break to tell us who Boner of the Week is. But now we got a Boner of the Month situation, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, and I think on Monday we can do Boner.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post the poll like we have done for Boner of the Month. I'm going to post it today. It'll run through the weekend, so go vote online. It'll be out there on Twitter, and if I can make another one on Facebook, I will. And then on Monday, I'll have that winner, and then we'll do the first quarter of the year.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
So we'll have a vote on the first quarter of the year.
Yes, because there will be 3 candidates in that one.
Right. So, so we have got an email yesterday announcing that we now have a suggestion box in the office. A suggestion box, and
What could go wrong?
Well, I'm just now the suggestion box. There's a pad of paper there, I guess, and a pen, and it's locked, so you can't, get in there and mess around. And I'm wondering one of two things or three things. One, who's going to do it, and will people do it? Number two, why is it there? And number three, will it make some big change or difference? Or
well, what will happen is it's a suggestion box at a radio station, which means it will just be filled with a bunch of snarky comments.
Yeah.
But not actual suggestions.
You think it will just be people being wise asses? I'd like to know. I'd like to be able to find out. Because I think, what did it say they were going to do with them? They were going to look them over, and then
it was going to go to the boss. That was the way I read it.
And then stop there.
He was the only one who was going to read them.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to know if it was filled with smart alecky comments. Do offices? I mean, the suggestion box. It's kind of this old-fashioned idea. But I wonder if other offices do it.
Do you have a suggestion?
I do.
Jeez, do I have a suggestion? You don't want to hear it. That's what I'm going to write down. I have a suggestion, but I'm telling you right now, you don't want to hear it. And then I'll put it in the box.
It's not only is it a suggestion box for comments about how things could improve, but if you would just like to comment on and compliment somebody, or say, I really think this is a good thing that's happening here, and I'm going to comment on it in this way.
So it's a popularity contest then, huh?
Well, it's...
I wonder, will people, say, oh, I just love so-and-so, they do such a good job.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Probably. Yeah, I guess.
What if someone wrote something about you?
I wouldn't know, because the boss is going to read it. Right?
I'm just going to go in and load it up over the weekend with, we need ice cream sundae bars on Mondays.
Ooh.
Ice cream sundae bars? Or ice cream sandwiches?
No, Carrie, sundae bar, that's a communal...
Oh, it is?
With spoons.
Oh, then I should rewrite it.
A ready supply of ice cream sandwiches.
Ice cream sandwiches.
Yeah, that's what.
Of course, we'd have to have a working freezer, but
we might. I don't remember.
All right. Well, I'll go in this weekend and load it up with. We need a working freezer, and then next week I'll load it up with a ready supply of ice cream sandwiches.
And on the other hand, I'm gonna suggest that we always have a pot of chili going.
Somebody says you better make sure you have security cameras watching your box. We don't want anything shady going on. That's an excellent point.
What do you mean shady?
Oh,
that's what happened with. That's the new law with the ballot boxes. There are cameras on the ballot boxes.
A camera on that ballot box.
I think you have to be a registered employee of Broadway Media. Make sure we have to validate you with a driver's license and.
The suggestion box at my work is all tattletales.
You know what I saw?
Rat thinks. You ratted me out. You know who's having an affair, don't you?
the affair tattletale?
The office affair box. I haven't noticed known that there's much of that going on in our offices of Broadway Media. Any hanky.
Well, how would we know? We're not there.
But when we were there, Gina.
We're not.
When we were there,
we were never
Gina,
part of the.
It's because I'm telepathic.
We were never part of the office gossip machine.
Yeah.
Nobody ever included us in any of that.
Well, yeah, but I mean so I'm not aware of any of it.
Let's see. We have Librarian. We have a suggestion box at the library. I manage them. I hardly ever get a suggestion. It's always a complaint. I remember when there was a ready supply of creamies when X96 was on 7th East.
Yeah, for a while.
Was there?
Yeah. It's so Lizanelle, just to go back to you, if the only thing you're getting is complaints at the library you manage, shape up. I would think most suggestion boxes in offices go for the most part unused. That you don't get much in them. I would
Maybe
think.
we'll see.
Because people are pretty much usually apathetic. I don't care. Yeah? No?
Yeah.
I'm apathetic about the apathy for the.
I think there will be a hot run on the suggestion box for a week or so, and then it will be empty.
Yeah, that's what I would
after
think.
that.
I would agree.
It'll just go that course. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Dave the Flower Guy will be here to tell us who Boner of the Week is after these X96. I'd like to show you something, Gina.
What do you got?
Let me get it here.
And everybody else can look in.
Yes.
What? What?
Something furry. Oh, I can't tell.
What is it?
It looks like something that my cat coughed up. What is that? Can't tell what it is.
How much money if I eat it?
Wait a minute.
I don't know what
Wait,
it is.
let's see it again. That does not look edible.
It looks like hair.
It does, doesn't it?
What is
What is it?
How much if I eat it?
$5.
$5 to eat it?
I'll give you $5.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Ready?
That's disgusting.
What?
And it kind of dissolves in your mouth, doesn't
You
it?
seem to be
Little bit.
enjoying it, whatever
What
it
is
is.
it?
A little bit.
What?
Pork foo.
Pork
Which is
foo.
what? What is pork foo?
It's essentially just pork jerky that's just been shredded.
Shredded.
very
Yeah,
finely.
yeah.
So it looks like lint.
So that
Yeah.
wasn't such a dare.
No.
I owe you $5.
$5
Where do
So
you get
how do
pork
you-
foo?
at the Asian store.
Now, are you supposed to just enjoy it that way, or are you supposed to also add it onto food? Or?
That's what's great about it, is that it's so functional and it dissolves, and you can put it in stuff, and it brings that nice pork flavor. And but like you said, it dissolves, and
Yeah.
you know, and then when moisture hits it, it's kind of like it's meat, you know. It is,
Yeah.
It's just
Oh yeah,
But
I
it
know
looks-
exactly. I can. Oh man,
it's delicious.
But it looks hairy. Is it?
It is.
Well,
Is
so
it hairy?
no.
In your mouth?
A little for a
It's
second.
like, how about think of it as cotton candy, except it's meat.
Meat candy.
It's meat
Oh,
cotton
okay.
candy. Essentially.
Would you eat it, Gina?
I would try it.
Would you?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe I'll
Send her over some pork foo.
Now they call it also pork floss, but you know it says on the package pork foo, so that's what I'm going with.
That's
is pork
much
foo.
better. What is
Yeah.
the brand? Straighten the label out there. Let me look at the whole.
It's Kimbo brand.
So that's great.
Trust
See,
it.
that's
Yeah.
Kimbo brand pork foo.
Yes, Kimbo
Cooked
brand.
Dried pork product.
Mm-hmm.
My wife goes to the Asian store, the one on 9th South, all the time. That big one. So I bet they have it
Put
there.
pork foo on the shopping list.
Get you a jar of pork foo.
Get me a jar of pork foo while you're out, honey.
Yeah, it looks like the dogs tore up the carpet. Yeah, that's kind of what
Yeah.
it looks like.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's delicious. Okay, 9:50. Let's award Boner of the Week.
Hello? Hello, Dave the Flower Guy.
Hello.
Are you there?
Hello.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Are you there?
Ahoy.
Ahoy, hoy.
Hello? Dave, how are you today?
Fine.
Good. You're laughing, aren't you, Dave? I can hear you. Dave is our good friend, longtime friend of the program, who we have entrusted with the task of selecting Boner of the Week. We've been doing this for a number of years because we don't feel competent enough to do it, and we don't want people yelling at us. If they yell at Dave about this, we don't care.
Don't yell at Dave.
But if you need to yell at somebody about Boner of the Week, yell at Dave, not us. Okay? Are you ready, Dave, to shoulder the responsibility? Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 1 from Monday. It is incredible that this kind of blatant racism still exists. The blatant racism to which we refer is the drill team from a Texas high school called the Indianettes, who have as part of their routine, they do a dance and then say, Indians, I-N-D-I-A-N-S, scalp 'em, Indians, scalp 'em. And they did this at Disney World, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Aye, says Dave. That's Boner candidate number 1. Number 2, he's reached a new low, and I'm sure Mr. Hannity will have him on the show soon. After Ashley Biden's diary sold for $40,000, the founder of Project Veritas, James O'Keefe, got a hold of that diary, and he's making unsupported claims that the diary was acquired legally, he said. I don't think Ashley sold it. So how was it acquired legally, huh? Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. Well, that's what Ukraine gets for poking the bear. Marjorie Taylor Greene blamed Ukraine for being invaded by Russia because, she says, Ukraine poked the bear, and that's what they get. Boner candidate number 4 from Thursday. I'm the best drunk driver ever. That's what a woman who was pulled over by the police for drunk driving. Oh, she killed people. That's right. She killed 3 people with her car. This was shortly after her boast of being the best drunk driver ever. And then Boner candidate number 5 from today. Once again, the fake news media goes after a true American patriot. Okay, Dave, what do you think? Which one's the worst?
Number 3.
That's what Ukraine gets for poking the bear. Yeah.
Parroting the Kremlin talking points. That's.
Yeah. Thank you, Dave. I think that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's Marjorie
Thanks,
Three Toes.
All right. But if you see Dave around town with his flowers for sale, buy some from him. Okay? Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, David.
Okay.
Goodbye.
All right.
Now, Carrie, I've been wondering, have you figured out a way to see the Batman yet?
Well, I'm just monitoring the sales of the theater down the street. And the thing is, it's a 3-hour commitment, and Sue's out of town, and
well, that's the perfect time to do it when she's gone, right?
Well, yeah, but actually, it's better to stay here and watch the stuff that I want to watch that she doesn't want to watch.
You don't want to waste time going to the theater when you can get that stuff out of the way.
I can, pull out, Watchmen or whatever it is that I want to watch again and do that. But the big news, and we're going to talk about it on Geek Show tomorrow, is a deleted scene from the Batman.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
With the Joker apparently had a lot larger role in the.
Is he in the movie at all? The Batman? I don't think he is.
I'm told it's just a quick scene at the end, just part of it. But this is a whole. It's kind of like a Hannibal Lecter kind of thing, where Batman goes into Arkham Asylum and is asking the Joker to help him with the Riddler case. And it's a whole scene, and it's that...
Does he tease him about his shoes?
What?
Does it?
It's a Silence of the Lambs.
Does Batman tell him about his dream of sheep?
They get into it though. It's a 5-minute scene, and it's that goofy looking British actor Barry Cogan, but he's under a lot of heavy makeup, and it's an interesting take on the Joker. It's it looks like the Joker's been pulling his hair out. And he's got scars all over his head and all over his face from apparently where the Batman just beat the S out of him.
But apparently they also allow him to wear his makeup in jail, which I don't understand.
Because it's not makeup in this case.
Oh.
He fell in the vat of acid, remember?
Oh, he doesn't have the...
You know, your favorite Batman, you're Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
That's the comic book origin.
Fell in the... Yeah.
Well, yeah, but he didn't he cover it up with all that...
No, he covered it up with regular people makeup. He covered it up with skin-colored makeup, and then, but underneath...
Well, what about Heath Ledger?
Well, see, that's my favorite Joker.
Yeah,
he does wear the makeup to scare people.
Yeah,
you know,
and
but
I
this-
thought I looked at that little clip briefly. Didn't that guy have on makeup?
Yeah, he does, just a little bit here. Let's
see. They let him wear
Paper. What makes you think I come so cheap? I thought you'd be curious. You think I could offer this stuff?
Yeah, so it's an interesting take on the Joker. It's kind of scary. I want to see where they go with this.
Kind of sounded like they were doing their Heath Ledger, Christian Bale impressions.
It's kind of he's kind of channeling Ledger a bit, but not quite.
And I think I've heard it said that what's his name, Pattinson, does that same kind of voice that Christian Bale did.
I'm just surprised they let Batman in the prison with the mask and the cape and everything on. I would think they'd make him take that off.
This they don't. This Batman is different from the other Batman in that the cops are kind of okay with him.
Yeah, they know it's Batman. Right. They know he's not going to be a bad guy. It's Batman. I always thought of Batman as being a good guy anyway.
Well, he is.
Yeah.
But his methods are unorthodox.
He's a nobody. Wants to be somebody. The mayor.
I think I can see why they cut this scene.
I thought it was pretty compelling.
It
because
looked good, what I saw of it.
They do a lot of good, back and forth, and it's clear that they have a relationship that is, that we don't know about. It's been previous. Yeah.
Well, the movie is already 3 hours long, so.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing.
Cutting 5 minutes was
3 hours
necessary.
and 5 minutes, Well, they probably cut other stuff too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did.
I'm sure they cut that scene where Batman goes back in time and visits his now alive mother.
That's one thing that was not in the movie, apparently. I mean, again, I haven't seen it, but apparently the whole, his parents being shot in the alley thing is not there. It's just referenced.
They got me right in the alley.
We don't need that. We don't.
We all know.
We know.
Yeah.
It's like the Superman origin. We know it.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep.
All right. I think we're good. We got all our business taken care of. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Did you tease him about his shoes?
Marcy is next.